one country, one destiny, written on the flag. That was also what was embroidered in Abraham Lincoln's coat that he had on that fateful night. Lincoln's party, Lincoln's message, one country, one destiny. So on this holy day of Epiphany, let us pray. I'm a big believer in prayer. Let us pray that there will be peace on earth and that it will begin with us. Let us pray that God will continue to bless America. With that, let us proceed with our responsibilities to the Constitution, to which we have just within 72 hours taken the oath to uphold. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it is a sad day in America. It is a wrenching day in America. It is a day in which our words and our actions have had consequences of a very, very negative nature. We ought to watch our words and think what it may mean to some. My remarks were written before the tragic, dangerous, and unacceptable actions. And unacceptable is such a tame word. My remarks started with, Madam Speaker, the American people today are witnessing one of the greatest challenges to our democracy in its 244-year history. Little did I know that this Capitol would be attacked by the enemy within. I was here on 9/11 when we were attacked by the enemy without. We need to all work together to tame and reduce the anger, and yes, the hate that some stoke. What some, not all, Madam Speaker, but some in this House and in this Senate are doing today will not change the outcome of the election, which is the clear and insurmountable victory of President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions. This was written before this Capitol was assaulted. Before this democracy was put aside by thousands. Encouraged by the Commander-in-Chief. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions, as I said, among our people and energize conspiracy theories stoked by our foreign adversaries, which seek to erode America's confidence in our democracy and our system of free and fair elections. I was here in 2000. I was strongly in favor of Al Gore for president. And my candidate got more votes than the other candidate. His name was George Bush, of course. And one of the saddest days was January 20th of 2001 when our candidate, who won the election in my view, was not elected. it was also one of the proudest moments of my career. Because the greatest power on earth passed peacefully from Bill Clinton to George W. Bush. Not a shot was fired. Nobody assaulted this caucus, or this Congress, or this chamber.
Fucking idiot.
Because we were not disappointed?
Fucking
No.
moron.
Because we were not angry? No. Because
You forgot to feed the people.
we believe in democracy. We believe in we the people. And the way the people,
Those were the people.
one of the speakers, I think it was the senator from Texas, expressed, we're here for the people.
Educated by you, idiot. You fuck.
If those
Who
were
educated the people? You educated, you old
we're in a
idiot.
lot of trouble.
Fucking morons.
Our electoral system,
Random
our democratic
shit.
system, however, did not
Oh, eat a
break
dick, you fucking
under the
faggot.
strains of the misinformation, the
You're all
claims of
faggots.
fraud, which court after court after court have dismissed out of hand. Not because there was a little evidence, because there was no evidence. That's why we're the longest lasting constitutional democracy in the world. I hope all of us in this body are proud of that and understand why that's the case. Because, as Dick Gephardt said on this floor many years ago, democracy is a substitute for war to resolve differences. It proved once more the ever-beating strong heart that gives life to our republic and our freedoms. That strength, Madam Speaker, is derived in part from our institution and our laws. But most importantly, it is powered by citizens and leaders' commitment to our Constitution.
Fucking
Not just us.
geriatrics.
We swear an oath.
Too old.
It's
Too
all
old.
of America. Barack Obama spoke from that chamber and he said, I'm going to be taking another title next year, citizen. And he was proud to take that. And every citizen needs to protect, preserve, and uplift our democracy. Some today did not do that. Many today. 68 years ago in Springfield, Illinois, Governor Adlai Stevenson gracefully conceded his loss to General Dwight Eisenhower. He said this, it is traditionally American. He told his deeply disappointed supporters to fight hard before an election. But then he added, it is equally traditional to close ranks as soon as the people have spoken. Not the Congress, not the electors, the people have spoken. That which unites us as American citizens is far greater than that which divides us as political parties. It was another man from Springfield, 68 years earlier, who won re-election to the presidency in a national crisis that tested our country and its democratic institutions, who pleaded even in his hour of victory for the same spirit of reconciliation. That was the party of Lincoln. That hasn't happened to this hour. Lincoln said, now that the election is over, he asked, may not all, having a common interest, reunite in a common effort to save our common country? Such is the duty of an American who stands for elections or participates in our politics, to be either humble in triumph or gracious in defeat. I've lost some elections, not too many, and I've won a lot of elections.
Watching the arguments in the House, I want to take you now to the debate in the Senate. Senator Hawley, who had kind of led the idea of opposing accepting these electoral votes, is now speaking here
in the capital of the United States. And in this country, in the United States of America, we cannot say emphatically enough, violence is not how you achieve change. Violence is not how you achieve something better. Our Constitution was built and put into place so that there would be, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, no appeal from ballots to bullets, which is what we saw, unfortunately, attempted tonight. There is no place for that in the United States of America. And that's why I submit to my colleagues that what we're doing here tonight is actually very important. Because for those who have concerns about the integrity of our elections, those who have concerns about what happened in November, this is the appropriate means. This is the lawful place where those objections and concerns should be heard. This is the forum that the law provides for, our laws provide for those concerns to be registered, not through violence, not by appealing from ballots to bullets, but here in this lawful process. And so to those who say that this is just a formality today, an antique ceremony that we've engaged in for a couple of hundred years, I can't say that I agree. I can't say that our precedents suggest that. I actually think it's very vital what we do. The opportunity to be heard, to register objections is very vital because this is the place where those objections are to be heard and dealt with, debated, and finally resolved. In this lawful means, peacefully, without violence, without attacks, without bullets. And so, Mr. President, let me just say now briefly, in lieu of speaking about it later, a word about Pennsylvania, which is a state that I have been focused on, objected to, as an example of why people are concerned, millions of Americans concerned about our election integrity. The state of Pennsylvania, quite apart from allegations of any fraud, you have a state constitution that has been interpreted for over a century to say that there is no mail-in balloting permitted except for in very narrow circumstances that's also provided for in the law. And yet, last year, Pennsylvania elected officials passed a whole new law that allows universal mail-in balloting and did it irregardless of what the Pennsylvania Constitution said. And then when Pennsylvania citizens tried to go and be heard on this subject before the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, they were dismissed on grounds of procedure, timeliness, in violation of that Supreme Court's own precedent. So the merits of the case have never been heard. The constitutionality of the statute actually has never been defended. I'm not aware of any court that has passed on its constitutionality. Actually, I'm not aware of anybody who's defended the constitutionality. And this was the statute that governed this last election, in which there were over 2.5 million mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. This is my point, that this is the forum. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court hasn't heard the case. There's no other court to go to hear the case in the state. And so this is the appropriate place for these concerns to be raised, which is why I have raised them here today. And I hope that this body will not miss the opportunity to take affirmative action to address the concerns of so many millions of Americans, to say to millions of Americans tonight that violence is never warranted, that violence will not be tolerated, that those who engage in it will be prosecuted, but that this body will act to address the concerns of all Americans across the country. We do need an investigation into irregularities, fraud. We do need a way forward together. We need election security reforms. I bet my friends on the other side of the aisle don't disagree with that. We need to find a way to move forward on that together so that the American people from both parties, all walks of life, can have confidence in their elections and that we can arrange ourselves under the rule of law that we share together. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator Josh Hawley, who had essentially kind of organized this, a number of Republican senators to stand in opposition to the counting of the electoral votes, ostensibly there to argue over the Arizona, but talking about Pennsylvania, and didn't get everything he said, but he seemed to be kind of laying this aside, laying the objections aside.
Let's go to our Capitol Hill correspondent. We had a couple up there. We had Casey or Garrett Hake, one of them, to help us to kind of read the tea leaves here, because Garrett, Josh Hawley, I mean, I could see it both ways. Maybe you heard something at the top that we missed. We broke into it a little bit later, but it seemed in some ways he was saying, we have every right to object. There's nothing wrong with what we were planning to do, but it sure seemed like he was saying, but I'm not going to do that anymore. But he didn't come right out and say it. That was just my kind of general impression. But what did you take away from it?
No, I agree with that. I think this was Senator Hawley realizing he's probably only going to get one bite at this apple here. Remember, he had said earlier this week that his objection was going to be primarily focused on Pennsylvania. We're supposed to be talking about Arizona right now, and he made the point to get his specific grievances about the way the election was conducted in Pennsylvania out during this 5-minute section that he was entitled to hear. I think that means we're probably not going to be hearing from him again later tonight. The beginning of his remarks were mostly just about condemning the violence that we saw here today. That, frankly, I think a lot of his Senate colleagues are looking at him. You could see Mitt Romney, who's been very outspoken against these objections, sort of shooting lasers at Josh Hawley during that speech from behind him, very frustrated that this happened here at all today, in part because of Hawley kind of coming out at the very beginning and saying he would raise these objections on the Pennsylvania case. But you heard him say his argument, this is, sort of the last best opportunity to have this discussion. But it seemed like he was willing to have it here very briefly in what's supposed to be a debate about Arizona.
Yeah, I think so. Because, he did say, and I wrote it down, he said, I'll just say a word about Pennsylvania in lieu of later, which I interpreted as him saying, I'm going to say my piece about Pennsylvania, but maybe not mount that objection that he had planned to make. Let's go to Chuck Todd of Meet the Press. Chuck, you speak Washington fluently as well. How did you interpret that?
Yes. No, I caught the same thing, and it's like, okay. And again, we've been watching this, and notice who's been speaking on the Republican side. We've not, remember before we were hearing from some Republicans, like Ben Sass and Pat Toomey, but who've been against this the whole time. But it almost seems as if they're trying to hurry up and let them say their piece, the Hollies. I imagine at this point we'll be waiting for Ted Cruz.
Chuck,
yes, let's hear.
Let's play C-SPAN. Let's listen to Kevin McCarthy, the Republican leader who refused to acknowledge Joe Biden's victory earlier and is facing some issues on his staff. Let's listen.
Secure and lawful. On Monday, my colleagues.
The FBI, the Secret Service, who faced the most difficult challenges, but did their duty with confidence and strength. Many of them are injured right now. And it also extends to this chamber, where both Democrats and Republicans showed courage, calm, and resolve. I'd like to recognize the members now who helped to hold the line. Mark Wayne Mullen, Tony Gonzalez, Jason Crow, Pat Fallon, and Troy Nels. Working with the Capitol Police, they ensured the floor of this chamber was never breached. These are the heroes among us. Thank you for the time. Looking back on the past few hours, it is clear this Congress will not be the same after today. And I hope it will be the better. I hope not just this institution, but I hope every American pauses for that moment and thinks among themselves that we can disagree with one another but not dislike each other. We can respect the voices of others. There's many times we debate on this body, and we should. There's many times we can get heated. I still consider Steny Hoyer a very good friend. There's times I get upset. I'll call him at home to express the things I may not see fair or just. But that's the way we should handle things. The majority leader is right. We are all Americans first. But should we also think for a moment, what do we put on social media? What do we convey to one another? Just because you have a personal opinion different than mine, you have a right to say it. But nobody has a right to become a mob. And we all should stand united in condemning the mob together.
Back over to the Senate, Mitt Romney, who has been opposed to these objections to the electoral vote count. He's speaking.
Watching TV, thinking about this building, whether their grandpa was okay. I knew I was okay. I must tell you as well, I was proud to serve with these men and women. This is an extraordinary group of people. I'm proud to be a member of the United States Senate and meet with people of integrity as we do here today. Now we gather due to a selfish man's injured pride and the outrage of supporters who he has deliberately misinformed for the past 2 months and stirred to action this very morning. What happened here today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States. Those who choose to continue to support his dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy. Fairly or not, they'll be remembered for their role in this shameful episode in American history. That will be their legacy. I salute Senator Langford, Loeffler, and Braun and Daines, and I'm sure others, who in the light of today's outrage have withdrawn their objection. For any who remain insistent on an audit in order to satisfy the many people who believe that the election was stolen, I'd offer this perspective. No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president will continue to say that the election was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth. That's the burden. That's the duty of leadership. The truth is that President-elect Biden won the election. President Trump lost. I've had that experience myself. It's no fun. Scores of courts, the president's own attorney general, state election officials, both Republican and Democrat, have reached that unequivocal decision. And in light of today's sad circumstances, I ask my colleague, do we weigh our own political fortunes more heavily than we weigh the strength of our republic, the strength of our democracy, and the cause of freedom? What's the weight of personal acclaim compared to the weight of conscience? Leader McConnell said that the vote today is the most important in his 36 years of public service. Think of that. Authorizing 2 wars, voting on 2 impeachments. He said that not because the vote reveals something about the election, it's because this vote reveals something about us. I urge my colleagues to move forward with completing the electoral count, to refrain from further objections, and to unanimously affirm the legitimacy of the presidential election. Thank you, Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Senator from New Hampshire, Senator Shaheen.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, on January 3rd,
So we've been watching kind of flip-flopping between the 2 chambers of Congress that are back in session, back at it, and moving ahead with the business of certifying the electoral votes and making official Joe Biden's victory. Inauguration set for 2 weeks from today, January 20th, under the Constitution. And as I go to Garrett Hake, we just saw Mitt Romney, a candidate you covered, and he said, I know it's not easy to lose. He's had the experience himself, but he was very blunt, did not mince words, right at the top saying, we are here because of a selfish man's injured pride, referring to the president. And then later said, Garrett, that if you want to honor the Trump voter, you have to tell them the truth.
Yeah, and that comment seemed like a direct message to Josh Hawley, who spoke only a few minutes before. This idea proposed by some of these objectors here that somehow we need a commission to study this election and to get at the idea of how, as the president believes, it was stolen and what really happened. Romney trying to cut through all the noise there and say the best way to honor the opinions of the people who are mad is to tell them the truth and to be leaders. And I'm struck by both the emotion in Romney's voice at the very start of that, talking about his 25 grandchildren and that they were calling to make sure that he was okay here today doing his job, but also the fact that this is the second time in a year that Romney has really spoken out strongly against his own party and the president of it. Remember, he was the only Republican vote for the removal of President Trump in the impeachment, which was only a year ago, although it feels like 7 lifetimes ago. But this is now twice that he's sort of tried to capture this moment of conscience in the Republican Party to say this is not acceptable and we need to tell people the truth. A very powerful speech. And you heard it in the applause from members on the floor there.
All right, Garrett, thanks very much. I want to go to Kristen Welker right now at the White House. Kristen, we understand there is potential more fallout happening within the president's staff.
It has begun to happen, Lester, in the form of resignations. Of course, just a short while ago, we reported that the First Lady's Chief of Staff, Stephanie Grisham, announced her resignation, and now there have been more. One of the president's top advisors, Sarah Matthews, announcing her resignation, as well as the social secretary. And there's a lot of discussion and buzz about the idea that there may be more high-level resignations to follow. We are told, according to multiple sources, that among those considering resigning is the National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, his deputy, Matt Pottinger, as well as the Transportation Secretary, Elaine Chao. That would be quite significant. Now, we have reached out for official comments so far, have not gotten a response. But I do think it underscores the sense here at the White House and the mounting sort of divide that we are starting to see. Officials who are frankly quite angered by what they witnessed today and the fact that President Trump released 2 tweets and a statement on Twitter, a short video statement responding to those who stormed the Capitol, and it was really mixed messaging. The president again reiterating those false claims of widespread voter fraud and calling for peace, but not doing it defiantly enough, not doing it clearly enough. And so this is an administration right now, Lester, that is frankly sharply divided. I can tell you that the lights are off. I was just told that the president right now is in the residence. We know that he was watching these developments unfold throughout the day. There's only one White House official here inside the White House fielding a number of press inquiries, but the lights are out here. And so it really is a metaphor, I think, for what we are starting to see, which is Donald Trump becoming increasingly isolated as he refuses to accept the reality of this situation, which is what Mitt Romney just said, that he has lost this election. There has been mounting pressure on him for days now among some of his closest allies inside and outside of the West Wing to try to get him to acknowledge that, to try to get him to think of next steps. What will his off-ramp look like? What will his exit be? And yet he remains defiant tonight.
Yeah, he said there would be no concession. I made that very clear in his remarks before the rioting broke out. We should also notable that Elaine Chao, one of the names that Kristen mentioned as people pondering their future, she, of course, is the wife of Majority Leader.
That's right. Let's go to political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. And Chuck, as we watch what's unfolding, how do you see this playing out? Do we have a better picture of how things will unfold this evening?
I think that this evening we do. I mean, it looks like they're going to get this. They're moving in a direction. I do think that we're going to have a little bit of a lag here because of how the House is voting during the pandemic, and that it takes a long time for the voting itself to begin when they officially reject the Arizona challenge. So, in that sense, I think it is we're making some progress, but I do want to have some people need to urge a little bit of patience because they have to vote in groups in the House. So when they actually start voting, that's going to be a bit time consuming. But I think the real question is, and the real unknown is, what are they going to do about the president tomorrow? And, there's this is something that there's a lot of talk, there's a lot of everything, but there's clearly a demand for some accountability in some form or another. And what are they going to do? And I think that you can see there's a lot of folks realizing they need to do something. Resignation is a way to try to protect your own reputation, but there needs to be something done. Obviously, I think you certainly see that there needs to be something else done, and I think there's a lot of grasping to figure out what that is per se.
As we continue to watch the debate play out right now, this is the House of Representatives. What we did then.
This hallowed temple of democracy is where generations of Americans have peacefully come together to face our nation's greatest challenges, bridge our deepest fissures, and create a more perfect system of government. This is the appropriate place we stand to respectfully and peacefully give voice to the people we represent across our diverse country. The representatives of the American people in this House are standing up for three fundamental American beliefs. The right to vote is sacred, that a representative has a duty to represent his or her constituents, and that the rule of law is a hallmark of our nation. And in the spirit of healing, those are not my words, those are the words of you, Madam Speaker, from this very chamber, when some of my colleagues and friends across the aisle objected to the 2005 Electoral College certification. In fact, there were objections on this floor to the certification of nearly every Republican president in my lifetime. In 1989, in 2001, in 2005, and in 2017. So history is our guide that the People's Sacred House is the appropriate venue for a peaceful debate. And this peaceful debate serves as a powerful condemnation to the violence that perpetrated our Capitol grounds today, the violence that was truly un-American. Today's discussion is about the Constitution, and it is about the American people, but it must also be about clearly and resolutely condemning the violence that occurred today. I am honored each and every day to represent New York's 21st Congressional District, and I believe it is my solemn and sacred duty to serve as their voice and their vote in the People's House. Tens of millions of Americans are concerned that the 2020 election featured unconstitutional overreach by unelected state officials and judges ignoring state election laws. We can and we should peacefully and respectfully discuss these concerns. In Pennsylvania, the state Supreme Court and Secretary of State unilaterally and unconstitutionally rewrote election law, eliminating signature matching requirements. In Georgia, there was constitutional overreach when the Secretary of State unilaterally and unconstitutionally gutted signature matching for absentee ballots and, in essence, eliminated voter verification required by state election law. In Wisconsin, officials issued illegal rules to circumvent a state law passed by the legislature as the Constitution requires, that required absentee voters to provide photo identification before obtaining a ballot. And in Michigan, signed affidavits document numerous unconstitutional irregularities. Officials physically blocking the legal right of poll watchers to observe vote counts, the illegal counting of late ballots, and hand stamping ballots with the previous day's date. My North Country constituents and the American people cherish the Constitution, and they know, according to the Constitution, elected officials closest to the people in state legislatures.
Representative Elise Stefanik of New York arguing against the count of the electoral vote as we continue to watch this ping-ponging on both sides of the Capitol. We want to turn now to this issue of social media, which a lot of new questions tonight based on what we saw at the Capitol.
Yeah, I mean, there weren't enough extraordinary developments today. One of them is that Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook have now locked out the president of their social media accounts based on information that violated their policies. But let's get to Jolene Ken, who covers tech and Silicon Valley for us, for more on the thinking behind the decision and what exactly it amounts to.
Savannah, these major tech companies, some of the most powerful companies in the world, are under tremendous pressure tonight to do even more than just suspend the president temporarily. So far, what we know, Facebook and Instagram have locked his accounts for 24 hours. That means he won't be allowed to post within that period of time. Twitter also instituting a 12-hour lock, and interestingly, warning of a permanent suspension if he continues to violate the rules at Twitter. And so they're taking action faster and more aggressively than they ever have before. But this comes as a lot of critics are saying, look, you have done too little, too late, because so much of this violence, this right-wing extremism, disinformation, has been allowed to grow and blossom on social media for years now, with piecemeal policies that have been put into place, but the president has been allowed to act more freely because of his position, his authority, and his position of power. What's really interesting is we just got confirmation of Mark Zuckerberg's internal email to Facebook employees, and he has been long under fire for saying that, you know, this is a free speech issue for the president and for politics in general, while not so much allowing that inside his company. But he did tell employees today in a memo, he's calling this a dark moment in our nation's history, calling it mob violence, not just protests. And Zuckerberg says he is treating this situation as an emergency and that Facebook is implementing additional measures to keep people safe. Now, this is coming as there are ongoing calls for these social media companies to do more. But so far, Twitter really out front, putting it plainly, saying if the president continues to violate their terms of service, their policies against hate and violence, they are actively considering permanently suspending him. And of course, as we all know, Twitter is the president's seemingly his favorite megaphone for getting his message out there, and these tools will not be available to him. But certainly a lot of chatter going on within these tech companies as well. Our NBC News business and tech team also reporting that inside these big social media companies, there's more and more pressure on the leadership to take more aggressive action, to do more, to prevent more of these calls to violence from the most powerful seat in the world from coming to light on these platforms, influencing so many people. But so far, those are the actions that have been taken by these ultra-powerful tech companies, guys.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. Let's go to Hallie Jackson at the White House as we continue to watch what happens in the Senate and see how this is going to unfold. What are you hearing, Hallie?
Yeah, listen, Savannah, I think that from the White House perspective, there are, the more people that we're talking to tonight and that I'm having conversations with tonight, the more you are getting a sense of people that are extremely troubled by what they've seen from President Trump. That is evidenced not just by the resignations, Savannah, that I know we have ticked through here tonight from, for example, the social secretary, from others, but the discussion of some resignations by some very high-level officials, including based on sources that I've talked to, the National Security Advisor, perhaps the Transportation Secretary. We've reached out, obviously, for more official comment, but there are text messages, phone calls flying across the Capitol, across the White House, and across Washington right now. As we look now at what's happening on the Senate floor, on the House of Representatives floor, worth noting and underscoring what Garrett Hake was talking about a moment ago, Josh Hawley not backing down. There was some consideration. Earlier in the evening, I had been in touch with sources over on Capitol Hill whose hope, frankly, would be that senators would do like what we saw from, for example, Senator Kelly Loeffler, and back down, basically, back away from this objection situation because of the message that they feel that it sends. That is not going to be the case here, as Senator Hawley made clear in these remarks. You have to think that the president is watching this. He is somebody who is very attuned to coverage of what is happening. His vice president, who he is presumably furious with, considering President Trump had for days tried to lean on Vice President Pence to stop any of this from happening. Of course, the vice president has no authority to do so. As we know, the president is oftentimes affected by the coverage that he sees and the way that is unfolding. And right now, it is just, I think, some serious alarm bells going off in the halls of the White House.
You mentioned Hawley pressing on with his objections. They're still talking about just Arizona right now. Do we expect him to hold that position with the other states?
You know, potentially, Lester. There's some discussion about, for example, and this has been out there and reported about possibly Pennsylvania, for example. Where else you might see that? But yeah, you're right. They are still focusing on Arizona at this point. You still have multiple states to go here.
All right, Hallie, thanks.
It sounds like we might have just
lost her.
Lost Hallie there. Let's go to Senate floor. Senate Angus King, who is independent but caucuses with the Democrats. Let's listen.
The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. The mob violence and attack we saw on our Capitol today should be a wake-up call to each and every one of us of what happens when we fail to come together, not as Democrats and Republicans, but each of us as Americans, to stand up to a president who time and again has shown contempt for our democracy, contempt for our Constitution. Today here on the Capitol, we witnessed people taking down an American flag and putting up a Trump flag. That is not democracy in the United States of America. As every senator who has spoken has mentioned, we have for hundreds of years had a peaceful transfer of power. Nobody likes to lose, and supporters of the losing candidate are always disappointed. What's different this time? We all know what's different this time. We had a president who, as a senator from New Jersey, said even before a vote was cast, that if he didn't win the election, it was going to be a fraud. And every day since then has perpetrated that lie. We have a president who just today criticized very loyal vice president who is presiding right now, urging him to disregard his responsibilities under the Constitution of the United States in order to reinstall Donald Trump as president. The same person who got on the phone to the Secretary of State in Georgia and threatened him to change the results of the election. Mr. President, I read something this week I never thought I'd read in a newspaper in the United States of America. It was an op-ed by all the living former secretaries of defense, including Secretaries Rumsfeld, Cheney, and Mattis, warning the country about our tradition of peaceful transfer of power and that it would be inappropriate for the military to take sides
To some of the
in the
debate
United
that's going
States of
on in the
America.
United States Senate that's been going for almost 2 hours now. So we'll be watching to see whether the Senate moves on with this debate and this process. While that goes on, though, let's check in with Garrett Haake on Capitol Hill, our correspondent there, because there's a big question mark about Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, who was the first Republican to come out and say that he would object to the certification of the electoral votes. Almost a dozen Republican senators then followed suit. So in many ways, he's the architect of this day. We were trying to read the tea leaves of the statement he made, whether or not he was going to stick to those objections or whether he was going to decide to stand down. We're hearing conflicting things now. So could you explain where does that stand and what does that mean for the larger question of what will happen?
I could try. Apparently, Hawley's statements were confusing enough that his official spokesperson felt the need to clarify what he's going to do. Hawley had originally said that his objection was be focused on Pennsylvania. Apparently, according to Hawley's spokesperson, he will still object to Pennsylvania's electoral count when that moment comes later on tonight. The spokesperson says he'll yield his time, though. So what that means is Hawley will make his objection known on paper, but he won't stand up again to defend it or say anything more. His objection, if it's joined by House members, and we can, I think, safely presume it will, means we'll get triggered into another one of these up to 2 hours of debate sometime later on tonight. So we're going to have at least one more debating session like this one tonight on the issue of Pennsylvania. Whether it goes the full 2 hours is an open question. What's not an open question is, once again, this will not change the results of any state, Pennsylvania or otherwise. It's just going to drag this on a little bit further tonight. Hawley perhaps feeling like he had put his name on paper earlier in the week saying he would object to Pennsylvania, and he still feels like he's got to do that.
And Garrett, how many states in total could we see challenged?
There was discussion during the course of the week up to 6, the sort of 6 battleground states that we've talked the most about: Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Those were the 6 that I think we were most focused on early in the week. Pennsylvania was the one that Republicans felt like they had the strongest case on, that they could make the best argument about if they were so inclined. Whether they do all 6 now, I think, is an open question.
So just so I can try to understand it, if in the Senate side, Hawley objects but then yields his time, does that presumably end the debate on the Senate side, but the 2 hours could unfold on the House side? Or would the 2 hours go forward on the Senate side too?
Up to 2 hours would still go forward. Hawley can only yield his 5 minutes.
Okay.
So he can object, and if a House and Senate member both object, it forces this 2 hour clock. He can only yield his 5 minutes. So he's essentially saying, I object to this, but I'm not going to bother to tell you anything about why. Here's some other senators who may debate this.
All right, let's go back to the Senate floor. Lindsey Graham now is making his remarks.
In Louisiana, do it. To hold the country hostage to end Reconstruction. It worked. The commission was 8-7. It didn't work. Nobody accepted it. The way it ended is when Hayes did a deal with these 3 states. You give me the electors, I'll kick the Union Army out. The rest is history. It led to Jim Crow. If you're looking for historical guidance, this is not the one to pick. If you're looking for a way to convince people there was no fraud, having a commission chosen by Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, and John Roberts is not going to get you to where you want to go. It ain't going to work. So it's not going to do any good. It's going to delay, and it gives credibility to a dark chapter of our history. That's why I'm not with you. But I will fight to my death for you. You're able to object. You're not doing anything wrong. Other people have objected. I just think it's a uniquely bad idea to delay this election. Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it being this way. Oh my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, first thing you'll see. All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough. I've tried to be helpful. But when this Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled 4-3 that they didn't violate the Constitution of Wisconsin, I agree with the 3, but I accept the 4. If Al Gore can accept 5-4, he's not president. I can accept Wisconsin 4-3. Pennsylvania, it went to the Second Circuit. So much for all the judges being in Trump's pocket. They said, no, you're wrong. I accept the Pennsylvania Second Circuit that Trump's lawsuit wasn't right. Georgia, they said the Secretary of State took the law in his own hands. He changed the election laws unlawfully. A federal judge said, no, I accept the federal judge even though I don't agree with it. Fraud. They said there's 66,000 people in Georgia under 18 voted. How many people believe that? I asked, give me 10, and I had 1. They said 8,000 felons in prison in Arizona voted. Give me 10, I hadn't gotten 1. Does that say there's problems in every election? I don't buy this. Enough's enough. We got to end it. Vice President Pence, what they're asking you to do, you won't do because you can't. Talk about interesting times. I associate myself with Rand Paul. How many times will you hear that? The mob has done something nobody else could do to get me and Rand to agree. Rand is right. If you're a conservative, this is the most offensive concept in the world that a single person could disenfranchise 155 million people. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives, open all certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be president. Where in there does it say Mike could say, I don't like the results? I want to send them back to the states. I believe there was fraud. To the conservatives who believe in the Constitution, now's your chance to stand up and be counted. Originalism, count me in. It means what it says. So, Mike, Mr. Vice President, just hang in there. They said we can count on Mike. All of us can count on the Vice President. You're going to do the right thing. You're going to do the constitutional thing. You got a son who flies F-35s. You got a son-in-law who flies F-18s. They're out there flying so that we can get it right here. There are people dying, my good friend from Illinois, to make sure we have a chance to argue among ourselves. And when it's over, it is over. It is over. The final thing, Joe Biden. I've traveled the world with Joe. I hoped he lost. I prayed he would lose. He won. He's the legitimate president of the United States. I cannot convince people, certain groups, by my words, but I will tell you by my actions, that maybe I, above all others in this body, need to say this. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are lawfully elected and will become the president and the vice president of the United States on January the 20th.
What an extraordinary moment that we just saw on Capitol Hill, where Senator Lindsey Graham, the Republican who has so often been by the president's side, but as he said, what a journey it's been, because he's sometimes been with the president, sometimes not. Let me pause that thought because I want to hear what the Vice President Mike Pence has to say. Let's listen.
And the senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz, and others, be sustained. Is there a second? There is. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso.
So they're starting to vote. Is Garrett Hake still with us, our Capitol Hill correspondent? Garrett, so they're voting the roll call. What's the vote on functionally? What is this about?
This is the vote on upholding the objection to the electors. So yes votes here are in favor of the objection, no votes are against it. This will tell us a lot about how many of the objectors, earlier in the week we thought it was about 12 or 13, are still with them. We've seen over the last few hours several of these Republicans who had previously said they would object to the electoral results from these states recant. So this vote, while it won't tell us when this night will end, it's going to tell us a lot about the degree of support that has drifted away over the course of what we saw today.
Yeah, and then to the thought we were just having, as I turned to you, Lester, Lindsey Graham, what a moment.
It was extraordinary. He got very emotional at the end. Basically, he's saying, love Donald Trump, I wish he'd won, prayed he'd win, he didn't, and basically telling his colleagues to essentially deal with it.
He wasn't. He threw his arms around it rhetorically anyway. Mike Pence to say, we're with you, stay strong, because Vice President Pence has been under enormous pressure from the president to do something to overturn the election. As Senator Graham said, Mike Pence won't do that because he can't do that. It's illegal. It's not constitutional to do so. But Senator Graham has tried to walk that line of supporting President Trump. But tonight is a clear break where he literally said enough is enough. He said if Al Gore can accept a 5-4 vote that he doesn't agree with, then Lindsey Graham said I can accept a vote of the Wisconsin Supreme Court or some of these other swing state Supreme Courts.
But he, and you listen to some of the various arguments, you see the deep, deep fissures within the Republican Party, among senators and members of the House.
Fissures, and also, doesn't it seem, whether it's Mitch McConnell or Lindsey Graham or Mitt Romney, these senators seem truly shaken by what has transpired today on Capitol Hill. Some of them, their voices were shaking. The passion, we see passion on Capitol Hill from time to time, but to say it again and again and again, you just can't say it enough. We've never seen a day like this. We've never seen events like this, and we have not seen statements like this.
But imagine being Donald Trump and watching the TV today, even before the riots broke out. You hear Mitch McConnell basically say, give it up, it's over, don't do this, it's going to harm the republic. You hear the vice president, he puts out a statement, again before the rioting, saying, can't do it, I've got to follow the Constitution, I can't save you, I can't save, your campaign.
He's seeing White House staff at the varying levels resign, including, his former press secretary, the First Lady's chief of staff, Stephanie Grisham, resigned. So, you imagine, where is he tonight? Is he in the residence? Is he in the Oval Office? What is the First Lady saying? He can't tweet. He's not on Facebook. He's not on Instagram. So, it's just, you wonder what his mindset is right now, what his next steps are. And you and I were just talking. Everyone's going to wake up tomorrow morning in Washington. What will the security situation be there? What are the plans to protect the Capitol again? What are the plans to make sure that any demonstrations that transpire are, in fact, peaceful? Which is as much a hallmark of our democracy as anything else we've talked
And there's
about.
2 more weeks left in this presidency.
Yes.
And that is certainly worth noting. We want to bring in the press moderator, Chuck Todd. Chuck, you should obviously get into this conversation. Dive in wherever you feel appropriate.
Well, no, I mean, you're right on the Lindsey Graham moment there. And I've been speaking Lindsey Graham for a long time, I'd like to say. I thought it was fascinating how he complimented the president, meaning he didn't. He called him. I still think he's a consequential president. It is a fascinating word choice, right? He didn't praise him positively. He used a word that can be interpreted any which way you want, which I think is it's a subtle choice of words that he made, but it's a reminder that you see that there was the Lindsey Graham who was one of the bulwarks with John McCain against Trump and Trumpism for a while. I almost caught a glimpse of that version of Lindsey Graham during that speech there. But look, I will say this. You get the sense there's a phrase back in during the Goldwater 64 convention, in which the phrase was, it's time for choosing. I get a sense here, a lot of these senators realize this is a big moment for themselves. This is a big moment to sort of restore the democracy. And I will say this, quite a few senators are stepping up to the moment. Many are not. We know the ones that helped create the situation. But there are many that are attempting to step up tonight, so there is some reassurance that I think this Senate debate is giving some of the country.
Yeah, Chuck, thank you. It's just past the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. To say that today has been extraordinary is an understatement. The Capitol under siege in a scene that was almost too hard to watch. What began as relatively peaceful protests this morning soon turned into something we've never seen before, as a mob of people stormed the U.S. Capitol. Here's Casey Hunt now with a look at how today's chaos unfolded.
It was a frightening and appalling scene. American democracy under siege by an angry mob. Thousands of Trump supporters storming the Capitol. Rioters breaching the walls of Congress. Tear gas. Broken windows. Even shots fired. Chaos and tragedy. It began today when Trump supporters gathered in Washington, D.C., urged on by the president to protest Congress's vote count today to declare Joe Biden the winner. For weeks, Trump has lied about the election results, alleging voter fraud, and he expressed defiance about the election's outcome again today to his supporters.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen.
After that speech, his followers marched to Capitol Hill to protest, where inside, senators and congressmen began counting the Electoral College votes.
We gathered together.
While some Republicans were still trying to dispute Biden's win inside the Capitol, the mob outside was growing out of control. Defiant, jeering, they faced off with police on the Capitol steps. And then the standoff became a tussle, the crowd pushing to get inside. And suddenly, the mob broke through, past metal barriers and the police. Climbing through windows, sweeping aside security deep into the heart of Congress.
My challenge today.
On the Senate floor, a senator's speech was interrupted. And the business of the day, to count electoral college votes, halted. Lawmakers were evacuated to safety. Others sheltered in their offices. And the rioters continued to rampage, trying to smash through doors, even the doors to the House chamber. On the other side, police waiting with their guns drawn. Elsewhere, protesters made themselves comfortable, breaking into offices, even climbing the walls. And then a sudden frenzy outside as paramedics rushed a woman to the hospital. She'd been shot, and she died a few hours later. As a shocked world watched the chaos unfold at the Capitol, Joe Biden took the stage. I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege. Biden, who takes office in 2 weeks, blasted the rioters' actions. It's not protest, it's insurrection. And as he walked off the stage, this. Enough is enough is enough.
Minutes later, President Trump tweeted out a video telling his supporters he felt their pain, repeating his lies about a stolen election. And only then did he urge the mob to go home. Twitter later locked the president's account for 12 hours. By late afternoon, Capitol police officers and the National Guard converged on the Capitol, deploying smoke grenades and tear gas, working to disperse the rioters.
Move back! Move back!
This evening, with a curfew in effect, officials declared the inside of the Capitol secure. Questions piled up about how this kind of assault could happen. But tonight, with the Capitol and a nation shaken to the core, members of Congress were undaunted, going back to business that was interrupted this afternoon, counting the Electoral College votes to declare Joe Biden the country's next president.
Casey Hunt walking us through that, just this remarkable day. It's almost hard to believe we experience all that in one day, and it continues right now, as we've been showing you in the House and Senate. Members debating objections that have been laid down by some Republicans to the counting, the formal counting of the electoral votes. You'll note my partner, Savannah Guthrie, has taken her leave. You'll see her tomorrow morning on Today from Washington, D.C. To lead our coverage in Washington. In the meantime, we want to continue our coverage now with a conversation with Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal. She was inside the House chambers this afternoon when that chaos unfolded. Representative Jayapal, I don't know if you've seen this video of you and some others in the chambers. I don't know if you could see this monitor right now, but if you can give us a sense of what you were seeing and how it unfolded from your perspective.
Yes, thank you so much. I cannot see that, and I haven't seen it, but I've gotten lots of messages about that video. I was sitting in the gallery. The number of people on the floor and in the gallery was limited, so there were about a dozen of us up in the gallery just overlooking the floor. And we started to hear the protesters, perhaps even before the people on the floor knew what was happening. We heard the noises, we heard the shouts and screams. The Capitol Police that were up in the gallery were sort of talking across to each other, across the various sections of the gallery. And then we saw Nancy Pelosi being shepherded out, and Hoyer being shepherded out. And before we knew, over the course of maybe 10 minutes, the rest of the members, we were suspended for a little bit. Then we tried to go back into session, then suspended again. And then the members on the floor were quickly ushered out. But those of us in the gallery were stuck there. And we started to hear screams. We heard that the protesters had taken over Statuary Hall, that they were coming towards the chamber. We were told to get gas masks from under the seats, which we did, and some people put them on. And then we were told to go to the ground. And so we were, trying to get under the ground. We could see down on the floor. The floor was empty by then, except for the Capitol Police. They had barricaded the doors. They couldn't find a key. There was no keys. I didn't understand how this could be the case. But they barricaded the doors with furniture, with tables, desks. I'm not exactly sure what there was. And then a number, maybe half a dozen Capitol officers around each door with their guns drawn. There were shots fired into the chamber. We could hear them, and it was terrifying. Everyone else was escorted out, but those of us in the gallery were stuck there. There were also people at the doors of the gallery pounding. And so when the Capitol Police felt like it was finally safe, they did let us out. And then we had to go down 6 flights of stairs and make our way safely to a secure location. And we basically spent the last 5 hours or so there.
I mean, this may be a silly question, but were you fearing for your safety at any point in this?
Yes, absolutely. There's no question. There were shots. There were armed protesters. We knew there were armed protesters. We knew that they were entering into various offices, breaking into offices, as Casey's video described. You know, that is, we knew what the scene was, and we knew there was violence being done, and we could hear the shots. There were shots being fired into the chamber. This is the first time anything like this has happened since the 1800s. So this was unprecedented. I think, you know, it was a violent, armed mob that came to conduct insurrection. I don't know how to say it more gently. And when you talk about people being shaken on the floor, there is no question that people understood the consequences of the incitement and the fueling of this violence by the president and his supporters.
Yeah, Representative Jayapal, to hear you describe all that, it is certainly chilling, but it almost feels like you're describing some other place, some other part of the world, the kind of place that we would be calling for democracy to take hold. Were you able to process just the significance of what was happening in the U.S. Capitol?
It is. I feel like I'm still processing it. It has been an exhausting and incredibly difficult day because I don't think, Lester, that the consequences of this will be clear for some time. This is not over and done with. We will prevail, by the way. I just walked off the floor to talk to you, but we are in the process of continuing this debate. We will finish it tonight, and we will declare Joe Biden and Kamala Harris the president and the vice president of the United States as the will of the people requires that we do. But the attack on our democracy, the security of the Capitol, the security of all of us here, and frankly, the security of our Constitution and our democracy, and the fact that so many of our Republican colleagues didn't say anything for some time when we knew this was building, and the president was inciting this violence, and even to almost to the very end, is condoning this violent mob that attacked the Capitol. So I think the consequences are still going to be processed for some time, but I do want to reassure the American people that their will be done. This election will hold. It will be certified by the Congress of the United States. We will do our constitutional duty, and we will ensure that we uphold our Constitution and our democracy. And no violent mob is going to stop us from doing that.
Representative Pramila Jayapal, we thank you for sharing your story, as harrowing as it is, and we're glad you and all of your colleagues are safe tonight. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, is in London tonight and has a look at how today's events in Washington are being viewed overseas. And Richard, as jarring as these events are here, I know they've had a similar effect overseas.
Yes, I would say, though, overseas, Lester, people are not shocked. They are not surprised. I think they saw this coming. Lester, I was with you. I was with Savannah. She just left on election night 4 years ago, and we talked about how devastating this was for America's impression around the world. President Trump always talks about how he's going to restore and how he is restoring America's standing in the world, how America is more respected again, and that he's going to bring America's standing back to some place where it's never been before. But tonight, people are looking at the U.S. with a degree of sympathy, but also with a great degree of concern. They are worried about the next 2 weeks. They are worried, can the United States survive these next 2 weeks, and what does it mean? The U.S. is the leading superpower of the world. So like any massive ship of state or any superpower, when it moves, the rest of the world is impacted. And he is still the commander-in-chief. He is still the most powerful person on the planet for the next 2 weeks. And today, he showed great volatility, effectively inciting a mob to move toward the Capitol, and we all saw what happened. And people don't exactly understand around the world this transition process. Here in the UK, where I am, I'm in London right now, when a political leader is voted out of office, they leave immediately. It's over. It's over that day. There is not a several-month transition period and lots of formalities. It's over, the next person takes over, and they're gone. And they are wondering, what does it mean? What does it mean for everyone else over these next 2 weeks? So there is sympathy, there is concern, there is a degree of fascination. It is dominating world headlines. And from our allies, particularly in Europe, there is a lot of support for the democratic process. There has been many, many tweets, dozens and dozens of tweets from world leaders expressing support for democracy and saying that this was an attack on the democratic process. And it's amazing that Twitter has become the main mode of communication for not just President Trump, but for everyone. And a few tweets that sort of symbolize the reaction. You have Germany's foreign minister saying the enemies of democracy will be pleased by these unbearable images. You have the First Minister of Scotland saying, shame on those who incited this attack on democracy. So the world is watching, and the world is concerned.
Yeah, Richard Engel with the view from overseas from London tonight. Richard, thank you very much. We are continuing to monitor the two sessions, the House and Senate sessions right now, debating objections to the counting of the electoral votes. I want to take you to the Senate chamber. Pennsylvania Senator Pat Toomey is speaking now.
And the complete exclusion of the late arriving ballots. How could we possibly invalidate the entire Pennsylvania election? Over 10,000 votes that were not even included in the vote count. A second charge we heard, and the senator from Missouri alluded to it this evening, is a 2019 Pennsylvania law that allows mail-in ballots for any reason, that might violate the Pennsylvania Constitution. Well, first of all, as Senator Casey observed, this was a bipartisan law passed with nearly unanimous Republican support. Clearly, the state legislators and the governor believe it is consistent with the Pennsylvania Constitution. Secondly, this law was not challenged when it was passed. It wasn't challenged when it was applied during the June primary election. It was only challenged after President Trump lost the general election. But 2.6 million Pennsylvanians voted by mail-in ballot in the general election. Over 37% of Pennsylvania voters in good faith relied on a law to cast their votes as they had done previously. Now, I understand you can make a theoretical argument about whether this is consistent with Pennsylvania's Constitution, and that needs to be resolved for future elections. But because of this constitutional question that some people have, the objectors want to prevent Pennsylvania voters from participating in the presidential election entirely. That would be an outrageous remedy to this purported offense. A third charge we've heard is that Pennsylvania officials did not properly implement Pennsylvania election law in a variety of other ways. But the Trump campaign has shown that many of these issues have, well, first of all, none of these issues would have changed the election outcome, but more importantly, the campaign had many opportunities of which it availed itself to litigate these issues. They did time and again, and they lost repeatedly, often in unanimous bipartisan decisions. Now, some of the objectors also cite Congress's own failure to investigate allegations of election irregularities. And that's their justification for refusing to certify the election results. But the allegations of election irregularities and fraud have been investigated. They've been adjudicated. They were adjudicated in the states in which they're alleged to have occurred. Now, in Pennsylvania, the Trump campaign took their case of election irregularities into the courtroom of Judge Matthew Brandt of the Federal District Court. Judge Brandt is a conservative Republican Federalist Society member. And here's what he said about the Trump campaign case, and I quote, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of the sixth most populated state." End quote. So the campaign then appealed Judge Brand's decision to the Third Circuit, and they drew a 3-judge panel, all Republican appointed judges, one appointed by President Trump. The panel concurred with Judge Brand. Mr. President, certainly there were irregularities in this election. There always are. But there's no evidence of significant fraud, conspiracies, or even significant anomalies that cast any serious doubt on who actually won the election. And you know, one of the ways you can tell is look at the big picture in Pennsylvania. Look at what happened.
So we're listening to Republican Pennsylvania Senator Pat Toomey right now arguing against objections to the counting of the electoral votes. This body has already rejected this first challenge, the first state challenge, which in this case was Arizona. I know it gets a bit confusing. That's why I've got Garrett Hake standing by to bail me out here a little bit. Walk us through what's happening here, Garrett.
Lester, right now we're seeing Pat Toomey, a Republican senator from Pennsylvania, essentially preemptively defending how his state ran its election. We know that there'll be challenges later on tonight to the Pennsylvania electors, and Toomey, to his credit, has been very outspoken that he believes the Pennsylvania election was fair and forthrightly run, and he's going to defend his state. They're doing this now on the Senate floor because they're operating a little bit ahead of the House's schedule. Remember, both chambers get up to 2 hours of debate time. They can use all of it or not. And in this case, the Senate has finished their debate on Arizona first, and they've voted 93-6 to reject this objection to the electors. So meaning the electors, as far as the Senate's concerned, for Joe Biden will count. And now they've basically got nothing to do until the House finishes their debate and starts their vote. A note for our viewers, that will be a very long process. The House has initiated some COVID-related protocols where they vote in groups, and House votes, even regular House votes, can sometimes be, hour or hours-long affairs to get everybody in and out of the chamber. So we're looking at a pretty long night here.
You said 93-6, so that means Republicans would have lost some of the senators that had previously indicated they would object.
Yeah, that's right. They lost a couple of their newer members. Cynthia Lummis, for example, of Wyoming, who's a new member, said she would no longer sustain that objection. James Langford, who we talked about earlier, Steve Daines of Montana, who just got reelected, dropped his objection. But the core group sticking together, I'm looking at the list now, Josh Hawley sticking with his objection, Cindy Hyde-Smith of Mississippi, Roger Marshall, new member of Kansas, Tommy Tuberville, the former Auburn coach, new senator from Alabama, Ted Cruz, and John Neely Kennedy of Louisiana are the 6 Republicans who voted to uphold this objection to the Arizona electors. We'll see if even that group sticks together for the further objections, or if some of them perhaps felt like, having said they would go this far, they still had to, kind of go ahead and put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, pushing forward, even with those images still fresh in our mind of what transpired at the Capitol today, and of course, both the Senate and House back at the business of debating these objections. I want to go to our political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. You heard Chuck, 93-6. This first objection about Arizona's numbers has been rejected. There's no reason to think that the others won't follow. And as I mentioned on the air, and probably should mention it more often, that we're putting an awful lot of attention into this process right now because of all that has transpired today. But this is a foregone conclusion. There is no drama here.
Completely. And in fact, before we saw the incidents today in this insurrection, I had been describing what we were going to watch today as performance art, right? Basically, a bunch of ambitious Pauls that want to demonstrate to the Trump base that they were rhetorically willing to pull this stunt, if you will. And to think that we went through this whole thing, the country is rattled, and here are our 6. And it is interesting. I mean, look, 5 of these 6 folks: Josh Hawley, John Kennedy, Cindy Hyde-Smith, Roger Marshall, Tommy Tuberville. It's Alabama, it's Mississippi, it's Louisiana, Kansas, Missouri, of course, Cruz's Texas. Those are some deep red states. Those are folks who their political careers, in their minds, go up or down based on what the Trump base thinks of them. So it does sort of, you can see this, it's been stripped, we in some ways today, stripped down to the core. What is the core, who are the senators that feel as if they have to stick by him? And so you see here, I mean, when you think about it, just 6 Republicans now willing to stand with Donald Trump. It's just a remarkable number because just 2 days ago, it's very possible this number could have easily been 24.
Yeah.
And between what happened last night in Georgia and, of course, the disaster of today, I think Donald Trump is finding out he has no morality.
Yeah, and Chuck, this happened today. The control of the U.S. Senate went to the Democrats after the John Esau's victory in the special election in Georgia. And we haven't even had a chance to really digest that and how that plays into all this.
No, look, in some ways, before today's events, how Georgia went, I think a lot of us thought, okay, if Democrats do end up sweeping the Senate seat, does that sort of take some of the air out of some of what we were going to see today? And what it seemed to do is sort of obviously spin the president up to a point of where he's not fully, whatever it is, he's not fully able to perhaps control his anger, control his emotions here. And it certainly set him off because everybody, he went and attacked me on Twitter because I made the note that those defeats for those Republican incumbents down in Georgia, they belong to Donald Trump. Donald Trump's legacy as a political leader of the Republican Party has been a disaster. He came into office and there are with a House majority and a Senate majority, and he walks away with the Democrats in charge of the White House, the House, and the Senate. So here he was with that, and possibly, this whole thing is imploding, and he can't handle this. In the words of Mitt Romney, that his pride is so wounded he can't seem to handle this moment. But this move here with the Senate, look, it means we're going to see a governing majority, and if anything, the events of today, Lester, I actually think it's going to have an interesting balming, perhaps, and you're already starting to see it, B-A-L-M, when I say balming, on the United States senators. And I think it's possible that Joe Biden, a former senator himself, who has personal relationships with many of those Republicans who have defended the Constitution, people like Pat Toomey and Mitch McConnell, you might start to see a semi-functional Senate for a period of time. There's an opportunity here for Joe Biden that he may end up having, he may have some brief moments of comedy, if you will, where there may be a lot of Republicans who, sort of ashamed of what's happened this month, who feel that they've got to make an extra effort to go across the aisle and work with this incoming president. So it's a real opportunity, oddly enough, for President Biden to sort of unite this country, or at least unite this city, pretty quickly.
Yeah, Chuck, don't go far. Today has been a day that will go down in infamy in the history books. While many expected protests today, no one could have imagined it would go as far as it did. So how did we get here? NBC's Josh Mankiewicz takes a look back.
If you didn't see this coming, it's because you weren't paying attention.
This is a fraud on the American public.
Starting election night, before all the votes were even counted, the president began to light the way for those who followed.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment.
A lot of people heard it. That same evening, Trump supporters began to gather in Maricopa County, Arizona, demanding to be let in to a vote counting center. The volume only got louder. The day after the election, with the outcome still in doubt, Mr. Trump tried to claim victory, literally. On Twitter, he wrote, "We have claimed for electoral purposes the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania." Voters, however, had laid their claims elsewhere. Joe Biden won, and President Trump reached for that volume knob again and again.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us.
What followed was a bewildering comedy of errors, a shotgun marriage of performance art and politics, culminating in Rudy Giuliani's press conference at Four Seasons Total Landscaping in Pennsylvania.
Gee, just about the 700,000 votes that President Trump was ahead by 2 days ago had disappeared.
It felt like the last gasp of a failed campaign, except it wasn't over. And very soon it wasn't funny either.
This election was stolen by mail-in ballots. Those are the ballots that were stuck in the machine 8 times, 9 times, 10 times. I'd like to see us.
Senator Mitt Romney offered Biden early congratulations on his win. Other Republican leaders pretended it simply hadn't happened. As January 6th approached, President Trump seemed no closer to admitting the electoral reality in front of him.
There's no way I lost Georgia. There's no way. We won by hundreds of thousands of votes.
Over the weekend, Trump called Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, to claim victory where none existed, and to ask for help in conjuring votes out of thin air and even thinner evidence.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
On Monday, Mr. Trump told his supporters again there was simply no way he had lost.
We demonstrated that we won the election in a landslide.
Senator Romney got a taste of the anger that generated, as seen in this cell phone video shot at an airport before tonight's joint session of Congress.
Why aren't you supporting President Trump?
The temperature was rising. And once again, Trump seemed to be thinking less about how democracy works and more about his favorite subjects, himself and his enemies. Here he is this morning at a rally in Washington.
We will never give up. We will never concede. We will stop the steal.
And then his call to action.
And we're going to have to fight much harder. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
Well, he didn't go. Just his supporters who broke into the Capitol. After hours of frightening chaos, the president released a video urging them to go home in peace. And then, in the same breath, repeated his lie that the 2020 election was stolen. We are a government of laws and not of men, said John Adams more than 200 years ago. Today, that idea was tested. Tonight, it may be proven true.
John Schmenkowitz kind of walking us through how we got to where we are today. We want to bring in now White House correspondent Peter Alexander. He's had a front row to all of this these past several years. I'd love to know what you have to think about that, Peter, what we just walked through that was just laid out.
Well, Josh laid it out very well, Lester. I'm struck by the fact that we as Americans right now have this chief executive who is more connected to the fantasy of how he lost than he is to the reality of the fact that he was, in fact, voted out of office. Some of the most striking comments we heard from the president over the course of these last several weeks are those that we showed you from today, where the president, inciting those supporters, said to them, we're going to go to the Capitol. I'm going to be there with you. We have to fight harder. He called this an egregious assault on democracy. Of course, they went that direction in mass, mobs ultimately storming the Capitol, taking it under siege. The president wasn't there for any of it, but it's his language, really, and I've witnessed this from traveling to his campaign events over the course of the last several months and covering him for the last several years. It's his language that these Trump supporters, ultimately today these rioters, have marinated in over the course of these last several years. And without any other information and without a shared set of facts anymore, when there are some individuals who have a different set of facts, which, as was once coined by one of the president's aides, alternative facts than the real facts that we witnessed, it's fundamentally a real challenge for democracy. And this is the implosion, this rebellion this revolt was a function of that today. It was an alarming day. It was an awful day. I was there at the White House as I left with security, as is our precaution to leave the White House earlier. I passed through just a huge parade of Trump supporters yelling obscenities, "Stop the steal," and frankly, you didn't stop to enter a conversation with them, but as you heard the conversations among some of these folks, some of the things they were saying were literally echoing the words of the president, and you just wanted to fact check every one of them. But in spite of that, and frankly, in spite of the president's effort to sort of create some calm late tonight, it was still mixed with the complaints, and neither of them, I suspect, were heard.
Yeah, Peter, I recall maybe the day of or a day or two before the election seeing an interview with the president in which he seemed very reflective, and he was talking about how painful the idea of losing is. I mean, no one likes to lose, but winning is certainly part of the image that he likes to project. I mean, you've seen this in action.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, the thing you've heard from the beginning of his campaign was this idea of winning. We're going to get so sick of winning, the president used to say. And he also would emphasize this other idea, which was the idea of strength. He said it in his comments today, that weakness is sort of the ultimate fault one can have. You have to demonstrate strength. Even in these moments where the president was on the defensive, he would do something sort of more outlandish, more grandiose, in fact, to try to demonstrate this position of strength, even if it was ultimately him who was the one who needed to be defending it. It reminds me of a moment that I had with the president early on in this pandemic in March when I asked the president what was the message he would share with Americans who were scared. This is when only about 200 Americans, I think only a handful of Americans had died, maybe 200 cases existed in the country, but already that fear was seeping in. We heard it. I heard it from loved ones, from neighbors, from others. And I asked the president to speak to the camera and what would he say to Americans who were scared. And in that moment, rather than show empathy or perhaps weakness, as an aide described it to me, the president tried to show strength. And in his eyes, that strength was attacking the reporter in the room, at that moment calling me a terrible reporter, which did nothing to satisfy the nerves of Americans who were worried not about a conversation between me and him, but about their own family safety and their own safety. So, what I'm struck by is what the off-ramp is for this president at this point. He promised today he would never concede. At this point, does he have any other option to concede? Republicans are obviously furious, not just Democrats. A lot of Republicans are upset about this, with conversations reportedly floating about the idea of a 25th Amendment or censure or even impeachment again. What does the president do with 2 more weeks before Joe Biden is sworn in here? Does he ever concede? What does this do to his political future? There's a lot of soul searching for the party, and this was probably not a good day for the president. Certainly his effort to retain any political career widely beyond his base going forward.
Yes, Peter, good to have you join us for our coverage. We are continuing to monitor both houses of Congress that are the Senate has finished considering the first objection to the vote in the state of Arizona. It was soundly defeated 93-6. However, the House of Representatives got a bit of a later start this evening after all of today's chaos. They are just now getting to that vote. Let's dip in for a moment as they count the vote. Watch this. Watch the numbers on the screen there. Let's bring back Chuck Todd. Chuck, again, we would expect this to go down pretty much as hard as it did in the Senate. Is there anything we should be looking for here?
Well, not quite as hard. I mean, I think that's the question there. Sorry, where I get to watch my vote totals, you guys caught me there standing up to look at my my return monitor there. Thank you, control room, for allowing to take my camera away so I could go see the total, just to see where our numbers are adding up here. Look, we expected somewhere between 130 to 150 House Republicans to essentially agree to this objection. So that's the number to be looking for here, Lester. And I'd say everything under, as you start to see, if it's not going to grow as much there, it's interesting to me to see quite a few Republicans haven't decided how they're going to vote yet. That's what to watch for. That'll tell us whether we're seeing the same thing in the House that we're clearly seeing in the Senate. Is it less than 100, or is it going to still be more than half of these after this House.
Yeah, for folks that don't watch this sort of thing on a regular basis, why is it a different calculation for members of the House on a question like this as opposed to the Senate?
Well, it's a huge difference for many of these guys, because remember the term gerrymandering, right? The way these congressional districts are drawn, most of these members of Congress only really either have, somewhere, particularly on many of these House Republicans, say 70 to 75% of their constituents are Trump supporters. And in their, Trump won their districts with, 60 and 70% of the vote. So these are, their entire political career in their minds is on the line if they cross the president. And look, unlike many of the president's supporters in the Senate, who frankly are with him out of political convenience, we've seen whether it's Ted Cruz, who denounced him at the Republican convention 4 years ago and now is his buddy, or Lindsey Graham, right? The House Republicans are genuine supporters of the president. Okay, they're not doing it out of as much as perhaps with the same level of cynicism as we see with some of the Senate Republicans. And so I do expect this number to be bigger, and I do expect them to be, a little more, perhaps not quite as sort of not quite as embarrassed by what happened today. And in fact, one of the president's probably most important supporters in the House is Matt Gaetz. He's a congressman from Florida. And believe it or not, he put out a fundraising email tonight, Lester, that said he was fighting for this election, and he was going to try to, and that he was going to be objecting to this election, and watch him tonight do this. And this fundraising email from him was timestamped after 9 o'clock tonight, after everything went through, after somebody got killed in the Capitol. To think he's raising money, bragging about what he's doing right now in Congress, that clearly just set us off on this terrible path that we've been in.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. I want to go to White House correspondent Hallie Jackson. Hallie, we're all kind of wondering what we wake up to tomorrow. Will the political landscape look any different? Will we see resignations from within the president's inner circle? What are you hearing? What are you sensing?
So let's talk about this from sort of an actual nuts and bolts perspective, Lester, and then from sort of the political piece that you're asking about. From a nuts and bolts perspective, listen, this is what we're seeing here. It may be messy, it may be ugly, but it is the democratic process, at least for tonight, prevailing with this electoral vote count continuing on. This is going to happen in 2 weeks. I think it's still Wednesday. In 2 weeks from today, President-elect Biden will become President Biden. Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will become Vice President Kamala Harris, right? That is going to happen on January 20th. So that is sort of big picture what is next. The process will continue. However, there are some real question marks, as you point out here, about what we might wake up to tomorrow. So a couple of things. On the issue of resignations, yes, we are hearing a lot of discussion. I have to tell you, Lester, that is kind of the number one thing in the last hour or so, as I've been communicating with sources, that I'm hearing about, this discussion about who it may be, who they may be, if you may see resignations from multiple people at the same time. Nothing to be able to report firmly other than a couple of things. Sources familiar say that the National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, is considering stepping down in protest. We're told that the Transportation Secretary, Elaine Chao, by the way, married to Mitch McConnell, of course, is considering what she is going to do next in some of these steps. So yes, I think people are doing some soul searching based on the reporting that I have tonight about whether they want to continue to be part of this administration moving forward. Separately, there's also the president's reaction. He has essentially a gag order that's being placed on him right now by these social media companies. It is the number one way that he communicates. It is his preferred method of communication, other than perhaps calling in to other cable networks, for example. He's basically muzzled at this point because of his tweets inciting violence, according to these social media companies, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. The huge concern that he could say more to pour gasoline on this fire, on this democratic fire, if you will. And so that time sort of comes up, right? The muzzle lifts, if you will. tomorrow midday, I think, based on the timing, or maybe tomorrow morning. What is he going to say? What is he going to say, and how will his supporters respond? Some of those supporters, of course, rioting at the Capitol. What happens at that point? Listener, big question.
All right, Hallie, thanks. And Hallie, you mentioned that he's kind of in this timeout on social media, if you will. His pages essentially silenced by these social media companies. Let's turn to Jolene Kent right now to get some insight on how Silicon Valley here is, how the social media companies are dealing with this, and really the larger issue they face, Jolene.
You know what's interesting, Lester, is I was just looking at a tweet from the Apple CEO, Tim Cook, and he's saying people who are responsible really ought to be held to account. There's a lot of critics out there of social media giants, not including Apple, saying that Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram are partially responsible for allowing this kind of violence to be planned, to be seeded, and then it blossoming on their social media platforms for so long. And you have Mark Zuckerberg tonight putting it into words in an internal memo that we have confirmed here at NBC News, and he's calling it mob violence, saying that they're trying to implement additional measures to keep people safe. But on the other side of Silicon Valley and San Francisco, Twitter employees internally, according to our Ben Collins on our Biz Tech team here at NBC, have been starting to really sound off. And this is what you've seen happen over the years. Other people speaking out to myself and our teammates about how they feel negatively about the power of social media when it comes to conspiracy theories, allowing militia groups to grow, things like that. And so we're hearing from internal current Twitter employees on their internal Slack channel saying things like, I don't think fomenting coups is a fairly bright line to draw. Other people say, I've been part of he's the president, we can't deactivate him crowd for 4 years now. And this is a current Twitter employee saying this. But even I have to say, this employee goes on to say, I feel complicit in allowing this to happen, and I would like to see him deactivated immediately. Now, this comes as the companies are taking more aggressive action, right? We have Twitter suspending his account for 12 hours, locking him out, saying that if certain steps are not taken, that permanent suspension is very much on the table. You also have Facebook and their subsidiary Instagram doing a 24-hour lockout. Earlier today, all of the major social platforms looking at that video that President Trump put out that basically these big social companies said he didn't do enough to ask for the rioters to stop the violence on Capitol Hill. So it will be very interesting to see how the president communicates in the next 24 hours when he has lost his ability to do it directly on social media, and more interestingly, how these powerful executives, these CEOs and founders, respond to this and what they learn from it going forward.
All right, Jolene Kent walking us through all that. Thank you. It is interesting hearing the silence right now on social media from the president as all this plays out. I want to go to Garrett Hake right now on Capitol Hill. Garrett, we watched the Senate vote down the first state objection, in this case to Arizona. The House was voting. Where do things stand?
That vote continues. We're about 20 minutes into it. I suspect it'll last at least another 20 minutes more. These House votes take a good deal of time because they rotate people through the chamber so that it never gets completely full. It's part of their COVID precautions. We're already seeing dozens of House Republicans voting both to uphold this objection and to oppose it. That's the interesting split here. All Democrats are opposing the objection here. As you've said several times throughout the course of the night, Lester, this is a foregone conclusion how this will go. But I do think we're going to see a stronger pro-Trump vote here in this first House objection as some of these House Republicans trying to get on the record and in the good graces of the president and his supporters. And that's where we stand right now. And then the joint session that was interrupted early this afternoon will reconvene shortly after this vote. My understanding is they're going to go back in and clean the chamber, try to disinfect it one more time before they bring everybody back in and pick up right where they left off with whichever state comes after Arizona. My brain can no longer produce states alphabetically, though, so you're just going to have to take my word for it.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I'm not there either at this point of the day. But that being said, if there were another 5 or 6 states here, and the objections continue, I can do this math. It'll be late tomorrow morning before this is over.
If there were those objections, and if the lawmakers chose to use all 2 hours of the debate, and I think both of those things are less than likely. The Hawley decision here to say he will object to Pennsylvania, but even he won't use his time to speak about that objection, suggests to me, at least on the Senate side, that the desire to fight this thing out in an all-nighter has really gone out of the chamber. There may be some desire in the House to do that, but without senators who agree, it doesn't go anywhere. So I think it's possible that we could see, another break for debate on Pennsylvania, maybe another break for debate on Georgia, which had been something Republicans were talking about so much earlier in the week. But one of the main drivers for that was Kelly Loeffler, who has lost her reelection and said on the Senate floor a little while ago that she's not interested in continuing this fight tonight. So, maybe that leaves Wisconsin. Ron Johnson, who I spoke to earlier tonight, wouldn't say one way or the other whether he would object to the electors from his home state. I suppose that's a possibility, but he also didn't vote on the to uphold the Arizona objection. He voted with Democrats, with Joe Biden, with presidential reality. So that suggests to me that he's not interested in continuing the fight. So, again, this is a lot of tea leaf reading, but I do think we're probably looking at a brief objection over Pennsylvania, and maybe, just maybe, that's it.
We heard from the majority leader, Mitch McConnell, earlier when they came back into this evening session, and he gave another impassioned speech about all this. Do we know if he was working the room during the time the senators were in lockdown? Was he continuing to try and break people loose from opposing these votes?
I don't know that definitively, but my gut is no. That's not generally how he operates. He's not an arm twister really behind the scenes. What McConnell often tries to do is to prevent these votes from even happening. He doesn't like to get into a situation where Republicans are publicly battling with each other. So we know that he was arm twisting a week ago, 2 weeks ago, urging Senate Republicans not to join in on these challenges, warning them that it would be a terrible vote. But after that, I also know that he was telling his senators that while he would vote against any of these objections, that it was a vote of conscience. There has been, these senators were essentially locked in one big room together for something bordering on 6 hours today. I suspect over the next coming days, we're going to learn a lot about what was said behind closed doors. So there may have been other arm twisting going on, but I think it's unlikely that that pressure came from McConnell. He made his point clear. And I think the appearance of him trying to strong-arm his members is just not the way he would operate, and I don't think he would have thought that it would be helpful, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, Garrett, thank you. We'll continue to monitor what's happening in both chambers right now as they continue to consider these objections. Today's chaos and violence unfolded in one of the most secure and sacred places in the country, as we have talked about. NBC's Harry Smith as a reminder of what it represents.
The Capitol building that was so viciously overrun by rioters today is usually as proud a place as exists in America. It is where Franklin Roosevelt steadied a nation crippled by the Depression.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
And where John F. Kennedy called the country to service.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
Anyone who has walked through it, be it on a school trip or family vacation, can feel the Capitol's power. It is palpable. To know that the nation's business is carried on there makes your heart skip a beat or two. Through times of peace and times of conflict, through times of want and times of plenty, most of us have believed or wanted to believe that the Capitol was a place where the people's business was conducted. We the people's business. Throughout our history, representatives came from every corner of the country. And as the country grew, so too did the House and Senate. It grew to look more and more like we do. A place where men and women would come to work as equals, where color and origin was no barrier. I have sat in the House chamber for a State of the Union address. I remember looking around the room, from the Supreme Court to the Joint Chiefs, the Cabinet, members of the House and Senate, the robust cheers, the stony silence, a beautifully imperfect mix. The founders conjured all this up, and while it sure was more diverse by gender and race than they ever imagined, It was their idea, the American idea. I have stood in line twice at the Capitol to pay respects to presidents who passed. Both times were the same. You'd expect, I guess, the crowd to be dominated by the party faithful of the president who died. But it wasn't like that. Whatever our differences, in the moment, unimportant, like Republicans and Democrats lifting their voices together after 9/11.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Our most imperfect union suffered a jolt today. A simple procedural step in the peaceful transition of power was crashed by an angry mob. It was as disturbing as it was heartbreaking. It was, quite frankly, un-American. Most of us, I reckon, still believe in our ability to govern ourselves, to abide by the will of our fellow citizens. Many have sacrificed much, and some have sacrificed all to ensure those rights. If not just for them, but for future generations, we pray we never see anything like today's atrocity again.
Harry Smith with an absolutely amazing reflective piece on where we are as a country. Before we close at this hour, I want to bring back Chuck Todd. And Chuck, I hadn't seen Harry's story, and so I didn't know he was going to play that moment on 9/11, where the spontaneous singing of God Bless America by members of Congress. And I was thinking about that several times today, and then there it was. It feels like, obviously, that was a horrible day, but that piece of it, it feels like a part of America we won't get back.
You know, that day we were united because it was an outside force that was coming after us. It was coming after our way of life. What makes today so disturbing is it was an inside force. This came from within. Look, this is an inflection point for the country. This is an inflection point for our politics. This is an inflection point for a lot of things. The question is, to what end? Is this going to be a moment that everybody takes this breath and we realize this divisive politics can destroy us? You know, it has been an emanating feature of our politics for most of my adult life. It's been getting worse and worse and worse, and we keep wondering, boy, at some point, are we going to hit a breaking point? You know, today felt like that breaking point. And the question is it going to be this breaking point that turns into an inflection point where we have a bunch of people who take a step back and realize country first. So let's say.
Yeah, and I was also reflecting on the notion that as journalists, we enjoy the give and take of politics and the surprises and the jockeying for position. We cover that sometimes like a sport. This isn't fun.
No, it hasn't been, Lester, and I have to tell you, I have been sick to my stomach about it because of that. And it's like, I certainly, I'm not ready to go back and cover regular politics right now. That's for sure.
Yeah, Chuck, thank you. It has been an extraordinary day. We will see what tomorrow brings. NBC News, of course, will continue to cover this. This does it right now for our special report. Tune in to tomorrow for today. Savannah and Hoda will have the very latest on the overnight developments. For all of us here at NBC News, I'm Lester Holt. Have a good night, everyone.
Us turn the temperature down. It was a hard-fought campaign. The campaign.
This is an historically shameful day for the Senate and for our country. To be clear, the notion that there are any meaningful voter fraud that has been and the political stunts themselves driven by opportunism blaze a path that can be
subject to the call of the chair.
And decide upon the vote of the state of Arizona to which an objection has been filed. The Secretary of the Senate will report the action of the Senate.
In the Senate of the United States, ordered that the Senate, by a vote of 6 ayes to 93 nays, rejects the objection to the electoral votes cast in the state of Arizona for Joseph R. Biden for president and Kamala D. Harris for vice president.
The clerk of the House will report the action of the House.
Ordered that the House of Representatives rejects the objections to the electoral vote of the state of Arizona.
Pursuant to the law, Chapter 1 of Title 3 of the United States Code, because the two houses have not sustained the objection, the original certificate submitted by the state of Arizona will be counted as provided therein. The tellers will now record and announce the vote of the state of Arkansas for president and vice president in accordance with the action of the two houses. This certificate from Arkansas, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state. And that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arkansas seems to be regular in form, and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arkansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from California, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of California, I would say the great state of California, seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 55 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 55 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of California that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Colorado, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Colorado seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 9 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 9 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Colorado that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Connecticut, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Connecticut seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Connecticut that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Delaware, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Delaware seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Delaware that the teller is verified appears to be regular, informed, and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the District of Columbia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the district that purports to be a return from the district and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the district purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the District of Columbia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris from the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the District of Columbia that the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Florida, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Florida seems to be regular in form and authentic. It appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 29 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Florida that the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Georgia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Georgia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, myself, members of the Georgia delegation, and some 74 of my Republican colleagues, and I object to the electoral votes from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the election conducted on November 3rd was faulty and fraudulent due to unilateral actions by the Secretary of State to unlawfully change the state's election process without approval from the General Assembly, and thereby setting the stage for an unprecedented amount of fraud and irregularities, and I have signed the objection myself.
Sections 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
Mr. President, prior to the actions and events of today, we did, but following the events of today, it appears that some senators have withdrawn their objection.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Section 18 of Title III of the United States Code moves us. This certificate from Hawaii, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Hawaii seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Hawaii that the teller has verified appears to be regular, in form, and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Idaho, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Idaho seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Idaho that the teller has verified appear to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Illinois, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Illinois seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Illinois that the teller has verified appears to be in regular form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Indiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned to the state, and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Indiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Indiana that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Iowa, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Iowa seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Iowa that the teller has verified appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Kansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Kansas seems to be regular in form and authentic. It appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Kansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, as annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky? The teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, This certificate from Louisiana, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from that state. It purports to be returned from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Louisiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Louisiana? That the teller is verified to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Maine, the parliamentarians advised, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maine seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 1 vote for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Maine that the teller is verified? Appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Maryland, parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be returned from the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maryland seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Maryland? The teller has verified, appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the parliamentarians advised, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts seems to be regular in form and authentic. It appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 11 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? The tellers advised appear to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Michigan, the parliamentarians advised, is the only certificate of vote in that state. It purports to be a return from the state and has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Michigan seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, I, along with 70 of my Republican colleagues, object to the counting of the electoral votes for the state of Michigan on the grounds that the error rate precedes the FEC rate allowed at 0.0008%, and that the people who signed affidavits at risk of perjury, their voices have not been heard in a court of law.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the U.S. Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
The objection is writing, not signed by a senator.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of the vote from the state of Michigan? The certificate that teller has verified appears to be regular, in form, and authentic. Hearing no further objections. This certificate from Minnesota. The parliamentarians advise me is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state. Annexed to it, certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Minnesota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Minnesota that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Mississippi, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state. It purports to be a return from the state, as annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Mississippi seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Mississippi that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic?
And Michael R. Pence of the state.
To walk that line. Pressure from the president to do something to overturn the election. As Senator Graham said, Mike Pence won't do that because he can't do that. It's illegal. It's not constitutional to do so. But Senator Graham has tried to walk that line of supporting President Trump. But tonight is a clear break where he literally said enough is enough. He said if Al Gore can accept a 5-4 vote that he doesn't agree with, then Lindsey Graham said I can accept a vote of the Wisconsin Supreme Court or some of these other swing state Supreme Courts.
But he, and you listen to some of the regular arguments, you see the deep, deep fissures within the Republican Party, among senators and members of the House.
Any mail-in or civilian absentee ballots received between 8 o'clock Tuesday. Numbers, as every single member of this body will understand. Now, I have been at a loss.
If you work in a team, you've got to try Monday.com. Go to Monday.com and manage all your team's work on a powerful platform that's easy to use.
Okay.
Of law. To those who are disappointed in the results of the election, our country is more important than the politics of the moment. Those are not my words. Those are the words of former Republican President George W. Bush. To my colleagues, it is after midnight tonight. It's been a long day for our country, a long day for our republic. Let us dispense with this. Let's do the right thing. Let's honor our oath. Let's certify the results, and let's get back to the work of the American people. With that, I yield to the distinguished Chairwoman Locke.
Madam Speaker, our duty today is significant but straightforward. We must count the votes of the electors as cast in the Electoral College and announce the results. As discussed, our roles and responsibilities are established by the Constitution and federal law, and they're clear. The facts before us are also clear. Pennsylvania submitted one slate of electors as chosen by the voters of the state. The slate was certified according to state law. Now those lawful results must be counted and announced. Despite disinformation and any number of false claims that you may have heard, including here today, as former Attorney General Barr said, quote, "We've not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election." This is not simply a conclusory statement. The results of the election have been litigated. The record is clear. The lawsuits challenging the election results failed. They failed because there's simply no evidence to support these baseless claims. Now, it's one thing to tweet a belief, quite another to provide actual evidence. These cases fail because there is no evidence. Judges ruled in the lawsuit that the 2020 election was sound. So it should come as no surprise that Republican office holders have recognized the election results as legitimate and accurately determined in an election that was conducted safely, securely, and with integrity. We all take an oath to support and defend the Constitution. And as we near the end of the task before us, let's remember the beginning of the Constitution. Before Article 2 of the 12th Amendment, which spell out the Electoral College, and before Article 1, which creates Congress, the Constitution begins with the preamble. The preamble is short and bold. We, the people. The people spoke in historic numbers. Their votes have been counted. Their choice is clear. It's time, as the law requires, to announce the state of the people's vote. The violence and disorder inflicted on our democracy by seditious rioters today is an indication of why adherence to our Constitution is so vital. I urge all of us to stand up for law, for democracy, for our Constitution, and to stand up for America and reject this objection. And I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
The objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A day that was intended to debate the importance of election integrity and the rule of law tragically became a day that will be a black mark in our nation's history. Nevertheless, the work of this House must go on, as America will go on. We must all sincerely thank the Capitol Police and Metro Police for their selfless actions today, putting their safety and lives on the line to protect this House. The lawlessness and violence of today must be condemned, just as all violent protests must be condemned. Nevertheless, the fact remains a large number of Pennsylvanians are enormously frustrated with actions taken by elected and appointed officials in Pennsylvania, which have led to a high level of distrust for this past election. We have the United States Constitution, which is the reason we have been and will continue to be a great country and a country of laws. The U.S. Constitution is unambiguous, Madam Speaker, in declaring that state legislators are the entity with the authority to set election procedures and to enact any changes to election law. Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 states the times, places, and manner of holding elections shall be prescribed in each state by the legislator thereof. The authority of election procedures lies with the state legislator, period. In Pennsylvania, this authority was indisputably usurped by the Pennsylvania's governor's office, by the Pennsylvania Secretary of State, and by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. These unlawful actions include, but are not limited to, accepting ballots past 8 p.m. on Election Day, inconsistent application of verified signature requirements for in-person ballots versus mail-in ballots, authorizing the curing of mail-in ballots with less than 24 hours' notice, leading to inconsistent preparedness between counties, and authorizing the use of unsecured drop boxes, which is not permitted in statute. If such unlawful actions are to be accepted, what do we have to look forward to next year? The Pennsylvania Secretary of State allowing online voting because it may be raining in Philadelphia? It was a free-for-all. Madam Speaker, it was back in 2005 when then Minority Leader Pelosi, while leading 31 Democrats as they
objected to the presidential elector certification, as they did in the last three presidential elections when a Republican won, and stated quite well, actually, that the members of Congress have brought this challenge and are speaking up for their aggrieved constituents, many of whom have been disenfranchised in this process. This is their only opportunity to have this debate while the country is listening, and is appropriate to do so. Thank you for those words, Madam Speaker. They were appropriate then, as they are now. If there is an American ideal that all citizens, regardless of party affiliation, can agree upon, is that we must have election integrity. We should not certify these electors which were derived by unlawful actions and a result of inaccurate vote tallies. I yield the remainder of my time to Representative Joyce.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the objection. Tonight, my heart is heavy as we consider the dark acts that transpired in this chamber today. But Madam Speaker, the American people can be assured that violent and irrational attacks on this body cannot derail the constitutional responsibility that lies in front of us. This has always been about upholding the law. It's always been about protecting government of, by, and for the people. Preserving the rule of law is more important than ever. We must acknowledge that unconstitutional acts unduly impacted the presidential election in Pennsylvania. Contrary to law, the Supreme Court extended the deadline for mail-in ballots for 3 days beyond the election day. Contrary to law, the Secretary of the Commonwealth discarded mail-in ballot signature verification safeguards. These leaders took advantage of a deadly pandemic and seized the state's legislature's rightful authority. I took an oath to uphold the law and defend the Constitution. I pledged to protect free and fair elections. I cannot in good faith certify electors that were selected under an unlawful process. I will object to the Electoral College certification to protect the will of Pennsylvania voters, to uphold the law, to restore trust in our electoral system, and ultimately to save our Constitution. At Gettysburg, which is in my district, President Abraham Lincoln spoke about the great task of ensuring government by, of, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Thank you, and I yield.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nearly 7 million Pennsylvanians showed up to vote in the 2020 elections. They cast their votes for Democrats and Republicans up and down the ballot, including the entire U.S. House delegation, the entire state House, and half of the state Senate, and other state and local races. Since the election, there have been allegations of widespread election fraud in Pennsylvania. But remarkably, the 20 suits filed by the Trump campaign, Pennsylvania Republicans, and others challenging the results in Pennsylvania have never claimed that there was voter fraud. Perhaps that's because attorneys can lose their license when they make unsubstantiated claims in court. That's where the rubber really meets the road. So, if these lawsuits didn't claim election fraud, what did they claim? Most of the legal challenges to the presidential election in Pennsylvania question relatively small numbers of ballots that were allegedly tainted by technical violations. Even assuming that all these ballots had been cast for Joe Biden, throwing them out wouldn't have changed the result of the election. Now, one exception is the lawsuit filed by one of our colleagues from Pennsylvania, Kelly versus Commonwealth, which would have thrown out all the mail-in votes cast in the 2020 general election on the grounds that Act 77, the state law allowing those votes, was unconstitutional. That suit would have disenfranchised 2.5 million Pennsylvanians. Let's let that sink in. 2.5 million Pennsylvanians would have had their votes nullified. Now I want to provide my colleagues with some background about the state law at the heart of this challenge. In 2019, the Republican-controlled state legislature approved Act 77, a bipartisan bill to reform the state's election laws, which instituted no-excuse mail balloting. Act 77 was supported almost unanimously by Republicans in the state House and state Senate. In fact, it was unanimous in the state Senate and all but 2 Republicans in the state House. Moreover, once this act was passed, Act 77 had a 120-day period where challenges could be filed against the act if people thought it was unconstitutional. Well, 4 months went by, nobody files a challenge. In June 3rd, Pennsylvania had their primary under this new system. Nobody challenged the primary election. It was only challenged in November when Republicans didn't get the result they wanted at the top of the ticket. Not surprisingly, this case was dismissed by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court was denied. Another exception is Texas versus Pennsylvania. They asked the court to reject the results of the Pennsylvania contest, the presidential contest in Pennsylvania and several other states, disenfranchising tens of millions of voters. 7 Republican members of the Pennsylvania U.S. House delegation signed the U.S. House Republican brief in support of Texas versus Pennsylvania. Well, I feel compelled to point out to my colleagues that the same voters who sent them to the 117th Congress cast their votes for the president by marking the very same ballots, which were read by the very same ballot scanners and monitored by the very same election workers. Yet our colleagues who signed the brief only
Hi, I'm Francesco Placci, Research and Development Manager at the Ungar Academy. Our founder, Andrea Ungar, has been training for almost 20 years now and has won 4 World Cup Greek championships with real money. He got his best return in 2008 when he won the championship with a net return of 670%. Andrea.
Events in Washington have taken a violent and tumultuous turn in the past few hours, as thousands of supporters of President Trump stormed the U.S. Capitol building, venting their anger at the victory of violent and tumultuous turn.
Bună, mamă, ce faci?
Ce nu, uite, m-am trezit și mă îmbrăcam să ies afară să dau drumul la coasă, să latră câinele ăsta rău, face custe, strulep. Ce să fac, da.
Direct din comuna Armușești, în România, la faze tari cu mama, Anton Maria, și cu fisul. Așa, și tata ce face? E bine?
Doamne, e bine, da. Ieri a sunat Gabi că de 2 zile n-are miros, n-are gust, nasol.
Am vorbit și eu cu el ieri și de-aia te-am sunat, că a luat COVID, frate meu.
O fi luat, dacă nu înțelege, nu ascultă, să nu iasă afară, fără mască, fără, eu știu, tot umbla acolo, eu știu unde o fi făcut revelionul. Și da, i-a spus lui doctor ieri și nu vrea nici să ia medicamente, noroc că s-a dus Adi la el și la forțat să stea în casă, să dea telefon, că trebuie să fie în evidență la ăștia, că dacă se agravează boala, Doamne ferește. Dacă nu ascultă...
E obligatoriu?
Păi da, bineînțeles că e obligatoriu, cum să nu? Nu trebuie să fii în evidență la ăștia? Dacă se agravează boala și te duci la spital, mori acolo, fără oxigen, fără nimica. Dar el, dacă nu își dă seama că e chiar gravă situația, au murit medici și o soție care e medici, vorba aia. A murit și el și ea în spital. Păi da, mamă, nu e de joacă. Să ia medicamente, să stea liniștit, am mai fost și alte, dar depinde și de om. De corpul omului, imunitatea lui, cât de rezistent e. Alții nu rezistă. Poți să iei și medicamente, să și aia și Doamne ferește, te lasă organismul, te lasă toate organele.
El a zis că se simte bine, că nu are nimic, că are puțin nasul înfundat și că nu are miros.
Păi nu are miros, dar sunt doar 2 zile, 3, dar după fiecare zi, Doamne ferește, se adună. Cine știe cum se manifestă? Eu nu știu, n-am pățit, Doamne ferește, nici nu vreau. Asta e, mamă.
Da.
Să stea liniștit, e nasol, că el are și câinele ăla, trebuie să-l scoată afară, să-l plimbe, eu știu, singur acolo, dar să stea în casă, da, îi trebuie mâncare, eu știu, și cu mâncarea, îmi pare că te aduce ăștia acasă, că am avut și noi aici, în sat, vecine ăștia ai noștri, un tânăr.
Aha.
A venit în Danemarca și a stat izolat. Trebuia să plece înapoi și a stat izolat, a stat până i-a trecut. Nu știu, e cutoiul la geam, dar nu-l văd. Mi-au un cutoiul, a venit la geam, că noaptea umblă și dimineața vine acasă.
Aha, și acum ți-a venit să-i dai să mănânce?
Echidut. Mănâncă, el mai prinde vreo biuțe, mai prinde, da. Stă la geam, zici că e popândău. Îi dă drumul tars în casă.
Păi ai grijă să nu iei de la ăsta din Danemarca COVID în sat pe acolo.
A plecat, drag, dar tata izolat pe toți, că era măța, tatul, era și bunicii când a fost aici. Și n-a niciun fel, venea poliția. Trebuie să mai vorbești cu Gabi să-i spui că poliția urmărește. Că de-aia te înregistrează și venea poliția mereu și urmărea aici să vadă dacă ies în casă de curte.
Dacă ești tu?
Nu, dacă ești ăla, bolnavul.
A, bolnavul, așa, da.
Din casă. Păi de-aia spun, cât a fost aici și la țară, venea poliția, mereu trecea și să uita dacă întreba dacă au ieșit afară, nici la magazin aveau voie. Le aducea acasă de mâncare, eu știu cine, da. Hai mă, pleacă de aici, că miroși, a început cotoiala asta și miroase artistică.
E gras pisoiul ăla, mănâncă mult.
Nu, e gata, cu s-a îngreșit. Toamna se îngrașe, iarna, primăvară slăbește.
Da.
Da. A făcut frumușel, l-ai cu minte, da.
Bă, sper să fie asta bine. Eu sunt singur, am băgat, mă jucam pe calculator. Că n-am ce face, m-am plictisit, m-am uitat la filme, Da. Păi sunt în carantin. Eu nu vreau, mamă, să iau virusul ăsta, sincer. Și acum am mai fost și debandată la congres aici în America, în Washington. S-au dus ăștia, Ce dracu au intrat peste Congres, înăuntru. 1000 de oameni s-au dus la ăștia și au intrat peste ei. Da, un fel de balamuc, exact.
Păi și aici l-ai văzut, chiar ne uitam ce să mirau și ăștia, a arătat de unde a venit COVID-ul ăsta, din China. A arătat că zice, ia uite domne, din cum se numea aia,
Hawaii? Hawaii?
Wuhan.
Din Wuhan. Aha.
Da, de unde a venit COVID-ul ăsta, a arătat că de rebelion să vezi ce au sărbătorit, artificii, acolo, zice, ia uite, ăștia au trecut, au dat boala în toată lumea și au sărbătorit anul nou. Bine, la ei anul nou ca acum.
Păi eu fi vaccinat pe ăștia, mă, pe chinezi deja.
Păi, s-au vaccinat, sigur că da, au stat liniștiți și a trecut mai repede la ei. Acum, uite, da, a început în alte toată lumea, dar rău, e pe moarte, nu e de glumă. Mai nisei.
Nu e de
Bine,
glumă.
mă, hai că mă duc să, da, nu e, vezi, păstrează-te acolo, că o să treacă, adică că anul ăsta poate dă Dumnezeu și da, uite, pe care mai prinde boala asta, nu-i dată. Da.
Ia, dă-mi pe tata să văd ce mai zice și ăsta.
Ce să zică, azi e ziua lui, Sfântul
Ia.
Și a ta, la mulți ani, și al lui Gabi, și al lui Adi, da, e Sfântul Ion, e zi mare, sărbătoare.
La mulți ani. Să trăim.
A fost bobotează, hai că mă duc să mă spăl pe ăștia, au aiazmă și să mă duc să dau drumul la păsări. Ia, da.
Bine, mamă, că și eu sunt obosit, aici e 11, 12 noaptea aproape, 11 și 10.
Ia zi.
Nimic, mă, vreau să te salut și bun venit pe faze tari. Ai văzut că a intrat, s-au dus ăștia la Parlament acolo, aici în America, la Washington și a intrat peste ele?
Da, am văzut asta pe târziu. Se trăgea cu arma pe acolo.
Am pușcat o femeie în Parlament, auzi.
Da.
Am pușcat-o înăuntru acolo.
Așa e când se răzvrătesc, da.
I-a șters lui Trump conturile de Twitter și de Facebook.
Da.
Conturile de internet, știi, că el își făcea pe internet, știi, are acolițe.
Da.
Și i-a băgat interdicție, 12 ore.
Da, eu să mă uit acum din nou. Am stat o seară până la 11, asta, m-am uitat.
Păi și eu asta am făcut azi, m-am uitat la televizor, că de după amiază a început, știi? A început cu demonstrație, s-a făcut demonstrație și după aia s-au dus prea mulți buluc acolo.
A intrat acolo, așa, da, ăla, Pence, nu a vrut să reacționeze și a fost de acord cu să plece Trump de acolo, păi dacă a pierdut alegerile, ce mai cauți? Asta e.
Păi da, mă, dar lui nu-i place ca să piardă.
La mulți nu-i place, dar trebuie să.
Nu, e corect, fratele meu, n-ai cum. El n-a pierdut niciodată, eu numai câștig. Pentru ce ca să piardă? Bun venit din nou la fază tag. Bun venit la fază tari, tată, la mulți ani. S-a întrerupt legătura pentru că a expirat creditul, a trebuit să bag din nou cardul să plătesc. La mulți ani de Sfântul Ion, tata, cu tata, Anton, Ioan. Câți ani împlinești azi?
Nu, e ziua de Sfânt, mă, nu de naștere. Pe 24 e ziua mea de naștere și fac 75.
Pe 24
februarie.
Pe 24 februarie faci 75 de ani.
Da.
Mă. Păi trăiesc eu până la 75 de ani, mă?
Până la tine nu trăiești.
Wow.
Mai să te chinuiești. Mai de muncă.
Mă doare spatele deja și n-am făcut nimic azi. Bine, mă, la mulți ani la toți. Ai sunat și pe aia. Tata ne-a dat la toți. Are avut 3 băieți și ne-a dat la toți același nume, Anton Ion. Tu la ailalți le-ai zis la mulți ani? Le-ai zis la mulți ani lui Gabi, lui Adi? La Ion ailalți?
Le-am zis de el, da. Le mai ești astăzi, da? Că mine s-au curat.
Da.
Da, ăla să-și ia medicamente, nu sunt cerc întâi. Că nu prea ascultă ăla, să-și ia medicamente. Am dat telefonul lui Adi și i-a dus la medicamente și i-a lăsat pe geam. Și a zis, bă, m-a costat o grămadă de bani, ce pică mă iei?
Aha.
Da.
Dar ce medicamente, mă? Păi ce, ăla are medicamente de COVID să-i dea lui ăsta?
Nu, ia paracetamol și antibiotic.
Trebuie să ia vitamina A, vitamina D, vitamine și alea, că n-are... Paracetamolul nu face nimic.
A fost la farmacie și a zis ce simptome are și i-a dat. Ce, destabilizat după capul lui? Acum o să vină medicul, să vedem când dacă o vine salvare, ce facă testul.
Păi ce, așa se procedează? Trimite salvarea să facă test?
Da, stai acasă și vine salvarea când are timp, când ești programat și îți face testul și după aceea stai 14 zile și după aceea când e aproape de 14 zile vine iar să te duci tu.
N-am știut.
Îți faci testul din nou, să luați dacă mai ai sau nu mai ai și după aceea e liber.
Și trebuie să raportezi dacă ai luat virusul ăsta, zicea mama.
Trebuie să nu, sigur că dacă nu-l dai la altul.
Da, normal, păi de asta e responsabil. Nu, dar zic că... Da, păi și...
E responsabilitatea fiecare.
Și dacă n-anunți... Și dacă n-anunți pe nimeni și stai în casă, ce?
Păi... Da, înțelegere, poți să rămâi cu secere. Urmări.
Poți să ai efecte negative de la asta?
Păi da, sigur că da. Și nu știi cum acționează, că știi că l-ai făcut, dar în 2 zile n-ai nimic, a 3-a zi faci temperatură, faci tușești, cum? Și trebuie să iei are de-astea, alternevăți, dar au ei și medicamente speciale pentru asta, nu știu cum le zic.
Păi au scos un vaccin acum, tată, 3 companii au scos 3 vaccine diferite.
Păi da, dar acum dacă am luat, de ce mai vei face vaccinul acum? Acum îi face vaccinul după ce când îi vine rândul. Acum stă ca să treacă. Îi face tratament acum.
Eu nu știu dacă am avut virusul ăsta, mă, că când eram acolo, când am fost la muncă, de munceam cu 70 de inși în jurul meu, ăia aveau virus acolo, mă.
Eu și-am avut, dar dacă ai avut gust și când mâncai, simțeai gustul și mirosul, n-ai.
N-am avut, da. Că eu mă spălam, eu mă spăl pe mâini, nu mă ating pe față, mă spăl de dimineață, seara, tot timpul pe mâini. Dar mă spăl, fac baie, știi?
Da. făcut fără să ia, dar uite, nu fac ce.
Eu cred că virusul ăsta se ia dacă nu te speli. Eu așa cred. Eu cred că trebuie să te...
Am făcut și mănăstiri, am făcut și mășea de la ăștia de la B1, am făcut toți și ăia doi care fac ironii și ăștia, Răzvan și, cum îl cheamă?
Răzvan și Dani?
Radu, nu, dă-i de aia cu ăia. Ăia sunt la Antena 1.
A, Răzvan și Dani sunt la Antena 1.
Ăștia era de la B1. Auzi, acum e cope de la PTV. Mai are azi și mâine scapă.
Cine e? Stai că n-am înțeles. E o glumă asta? Mai zi odată.
Ăsta zic cope.
Cine e
Care
Cope?
face... E un actor care 40 de ani care face... vorbește lumea la televizor, la zi.
A, și în loc să fie Răzvan și Dani, o să fie Cove și Dani.
Nu, bă, n-are nimic, ăsta e cu doamna Adela. Cove și Adela, la vorbește lumea la 10 jumate.
A, nu mai e Răzvan și Dani, e Cove și Adela?
Care mă Răzvan și Dani? De treabă, ce treabă are? Ăia sunt la Antena 1, ăștia sunt la ProTV.
Ba, dar e aceeași emisiune, se copiază unii pe alții, practic. E unul și una de dimineață.
Vorbește lumea, e la ProTV. La 10 jumate. Adela și cu ăla. Și am făcut și...
Adela și cu Cove.
Am fost cu Andreea Marin. Așa,
Păi, dar Andreea Marin nu e prea bătrână. Dom'le, câte ani are?
Asta eu acum nu știu, are 50 de ani, 60, eu știu câte acum are.
Da.
Dar am făcut aia, cu emisiunea la televiziunea română.
A, asta da. Cum se cheamă emisiunea?
A fost aia cu Marin.
România te iubesc?
Da, România te iubește. Eu știu, da. Nu știu, lasă-mă, nu mai mă rog.
Bine, tata, hai! Mulțumesc că ați venit pe show, pe faze tare, ați făcut o emisiune frumoasă. Suntem aici, direct din America, cu tata Anton Ioan și cu mama Anton Maria, din Comunal Mușești. Și acum, pentru toți de la radio, tu ai lucrat la radio toată viața, nu? Păi da, tu mi-ai dat mie inspirația asta, după ce ai lucrat 37 de ani la radio, tu mi-ai dat mie inspirația asta de a face show-ul ăsta de radio, știi?
Da, da, bine.
Ești o... Ești o inspirație curată.
Da.
Bine, tăticule, hai, mersi frumos că ai venit pe show și ne auzim, poate te sun mâine.
Pe 24 februarie vreau să beau un whisky.
Aha.
Da.
Bine, tăticule.
Bine, mă, hai.
O idee perfectă.
Da, stai cu minte acolo, ce ai gata.
Bine, păi eu mă bag la culcare, tată, că acum s-a apropiat de 1 noaptea. E deja 1.
Acum trebuie să-mi iau medicamentele, că trebuie să-mi fac sârmă în nas. Da.
Bine, tată, hai, v-am pupat. Zi și lui mama, vă pup și să aveți o zi bună. Hai, să fiți iubiți. Ne vorbim la următorul episod.
in the past few hours, as thousands of supporters of President Trump stormed the U.S. Capitol building, venting their anger at the victory of events in Washington have taken a violent and tumultuous turn in the past few hours, as thousands of supporters of President Trump stormed the U.S. Capitol building, venting their anger at the victory of Joe Biden in the presidential election. They forced the evacuation and lockdown of Congress itself, where lawmakers were all set to approve the election result. Shortly before the clashes, President Trump had addressed his supporters near the White House, telling them that he would never accept defeat. Within the past hour, President-elect Biden called on Mr. Trump to tell his people to go home, and within minutes, that was indeed the message delivered from the White House. We'll be live on Capitol Hill shortly. First, we'll have this report by our North America editor, John Sobel.
The peaceful transfer of power, the cornerstone of American democracy, seemed a highly abstract concept today. As Trump supporters clashed with police as they tried and succeeded to storm the Congress, where America's elected leaders had gathered to certify the election victory of Joe Biden. Earlier, in a rally outside the White House, Donald Trump encouraged his loyal base to fight to overturn the result of this bitterly contested election.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Many of his supporters needing little encouragement to join the fight.
We're here to support, if violence happens, like it happens, but we're not going to start it. We're just here to defend ourselves. Yeah.
So that again. I'm a Mexican immigrant. I support Trump. Freedom is paid for with blood, and tyranny always masquerades itself as safety and security, and that's what we're fighting against right now.
Outside the Capitol, the outer ring of security had been breached. The crowds had taken Donald Trump at his word, and they were taking the fight to the heart of American democracy. They were literally banging on the doors of Congress. And then, some Trump supporters managed to get inside. They were armed and wandering the Capitol building. There were tense and violent scenes with police who have never dealt with anything like this. These pictures appear to show a woman protester being shot inside the Capitol building. A stretcher was sent in. She was later given CPR.
It hurts when you break a bone. So it must hurt when your bones get weaker, right? Wrong. Around middle age, we all lose density at a rate of 1 to 2% per year. This happens to everyone after the age of 50, regardless of your exercise or eating habits. Throughout your life, your bones rebuild themselves constantly, so every 7 years, you basically have a new skeleton. But when you get older, the rebuilding process slows down, and you start to lose density. And the first thing I tell patients is, you won't feel it coming. Many turn to supplements to help them with this problem, but unfortunately, many supplements on the market are extremely low quality and may not even get directed to your bones. In fact, it may get directed to your arteries. Plus, a lot of the solutions on the market have other serious side effects. So what can you do to improve your bone density? Hi, my name is Dr. Adam Krankenberg. As a dual board-certified rheumatologist and internist, I've helped my patients resolve all kinds of issues with their bones. I put together this presentation that details exactly how to improve your bone density, the right exercises, the right foods, the right tools. Plus, I'll share with you my top supplement recommendation for what to do to keep yourself safe from fractures. Tap the button below to watch now.
I spent 25 years researching men living to 110 or 120. I discovered one food that these men who are 110 or 120 years old are eating. One food I believe is responsible for their incredible long life. Stanislaw Kowalski still runs races. He's 110 years old. Orville Rogers, who is 99, runs marathons. Magomed is 121 years old, still grows and eats his own food. These men all eat this one food even though the so-called experts will tell you it's bad for you. Remember Yul Gibbons, the outdoors fanatic made famous in the cereal commercials? Gibbons avoided this one food. He died at age 64. Nathan Pritikin, one of the most famous health food experts ever, he avoided this one food. He died at age 69. And Dr. Robert Atkins, author of the all-time best-selling diet book, avoided this one food. Sadly, Dr. Atkins died at a relatively young 72. So, who would you rather copy? Men like Stanislav Kowalski running races at 110 years old, or Orville Rogers, who's 99 running marathons, Magomed at 121 years old, still growing and eating his own food? Or these men who died young despite being supposed experts? If you want to live to 120 like I believe I'm doing, you need to choose. Listen to these experts or do what these very healthy men are doing at 110 or 120 years old. My name is Matt Cook. I have over 350,000 subscribers to my longevity newsletter. I'm an Amazon author and was originally interviewed by ABC News. I had so many men ask me for my notes, my research on how to live to age 120 that I managed to put all my notes and discoveries into a book.
Fuck you. Fuck.
And I got a small quantity printed up so that I'm giving them away for
Fuck
free
up,
today.
dude.
My book shows you.
Fuck your book.
A protester reached the inner sanctum of the chamber. And then some Trump supporters managed to get inside. They were armed.
President Trump had addressed his supporters near the White House, telling them that he would never accept defeat. Within the past hour, President-elect Biden called on Mr. Trump to tell his people to go home, and within minutes, that was indeed the message delivered from the White House. We'll be live on Capitol Hill shortly. First, we'll have this report by our North America editor, John Sopel.
The peaceful transfer of power, the cornerstone of American democracy, seemed a highly abstract concept today. As Trump supporters clashed with police as they tried and succeeded to storm the Congress, where America's elected leaders had gathered to certify the election victory of Joe Biden. Earlier, in a rally outside the White House, Donald Trump encouraged his loyal base to fight to overturn the result of this bitterly contested election.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Speaking with my mother, how my brother took COVID, and I'm worried a little about him. I mean, we're all worried about him, so whatever is gonna happen, man, we're moving forward, and I hope to see you at the Georgetown show right here at Fazer
You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Many of his supporters needing little encouragement to join the fight.
We're here to support, if violence happens, like it happens, but we're not going to start it. We're just like here to defend ourselves. Yeah.
So I'm a Mexican immigrant. I support Trump. Freedom is paid for with blood, and tyranny always masquerades itself as safety and security, and that's what we're fighting against right now.
Outside the Capitol, the outer ring of security had been breached. The crowds had taken Donald Trump at his word, and they were taking the fight to the heart of American democracy. They were literally banging on the doors of Congress. And then some Trump supporters managed to get inside. They were armed and wandering the Capitol building. There were tense and violent scenes with police who have never dealt with anything like this. These pictures appear to show a woman protester being shot inside the Capitol building. A stretcher was sent in. She was later given CPR. A protester breached the inner sanctum of the chamber. The vice president had to be removed to safety by his Secret Service detail. And then the joint session was adjourned. Earlier, the Republican Senate leader, for so long a loyal lieutenant of the president, turned on him with this withering assessment.
This election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side. Our democracy would enter a death spiral. We'd never see the whole nation accept an election again. Every 4 years would be a scramble for power at any cost.
And the Vice President, who's officiating over this joint session and has shown Donald Trump near slavish loyalty, also said it was not his role to overturn the verdict of the people. My oath to support and defend the Constitution constrains me from claiming unilateral authority to decide which electoral votes should be counted. And he went on, the presidency belongs to the people and to them alone. And the president-elect has gone on television to warn that American democracy is under unprecedented assault, and he made this appeal.
I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege, to storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not a protest. It's insurrection.
Donald Trump has spoken. He called on his supporters to stand down. The condemnation, there was none.
This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special.
The chamber has emptied. Democracy put on hold. Outside, they were scaling the ramparts. The mob, for the moment, in charge, believing they have the right to overthrow the will of the people. Tonight, the shining city on the hill, as America likes to describe itself, feels as though the light of democracy is flickering dangerously.
Congress, where America's he would never accept defeat. Within the past hour, President-elect Biden called on Mr. Trump to tell his people to go home, and within minutes, that was indeed the message delivered from the White House. We'll be live on Capitol Hill shortly. First, we'll have this report by our North America editor, John Sobel.
The peaceful transfer of power, the cornerstone of American democracy, seemed a highly abstract concept today. As Trump supporters clashed with police as they tried and succeeded to storm the Congress, where America's elected leaders had gathered to certify the election victory of Joe Biden. Earlier, in a rally outside the White House, Donald Trump encouraged his loyal base to fight to overturn the result of this bitterly contested election.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Many of his supporters needing little encouragement to join the fight.
We're here to support, if violence happens, it happens, but we're not going to start it. We're just here to defend ourselves. Yeah.
So I'm a Mexican immigrant. I support Trump. Freedom is paid for with blood, and tyranny always masquerades itself as safety and security, and that's what we're fighting against right now.
Outside the Capitol, the outer ring of security had been breached. The crowds had taken Donald Trump at his word, and they were taking the fight to the heart of American democracy. They were literally banging on the doors of Congress. And then, some Trump supporters managed to get inside. They were armed and wandering the Capitol building. They were literally banging on the...
And tyranny always masquerades itself as safety and security, and that's what we're fighting against right now.
Outside the Capitol, the outer ring of security had been breached. The crowds had taken Donald Trump at his word, and they were taking the fight to the heart of American democracy. They were literally banging on the doors of Congress. And then, some Trump supporters managed to get inside. They were armed and wandering the Capitol building.
Wow.
There were tense and violent scenes with police who had never dealt with anything like this. These pictures appear to show a woman protester being shot inside the Capitol building. A stretcher was sent in. She was later given CPR. A protester breached the inner sanctum of the chamber The Vice President had to be removed to safety by his Secret Service detail, and then the joint session was adjourned. Earlier, the Republican Senate leader, for so long a loyal lieutenant of the President, turned on him with this withering assessment.
This election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral. We'd never see the whole nation accept an election again. Every 4 years there'd be a scramble for power at any cost.
Who's officiating over this joint session and has shown Donald Trump near slavish loyalty, also said it was not his role to overturn the verdict of the people. My oath to support and defend the Constitution constrains me from claiming unilateral authority to decide which electoral votes should be counted. And he went on, the presidency belongs to the people and to them alone. And the president-elect has gone on television to warn that American democracy is under unprecedented assault, and he made this appeal.
I call on President Trump, go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege. Storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not a protest. It's insurrection.
Donald Trump has spoken. He called on his supporters to stand down. The condemnation, there was none.
This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special.
The chamber has emptied. Democracy put on hold. Outside, they were scaling the ramparts. The mob, for the moment in charge, believing they have the right to overthrow the will of the people. Tonight, the shining city on the hill, as America likes to describe itself, feels as though the light of democracy is flickering dangerously. John Sokol, BBC News, Washington, describe itself, the right to overthrow the will of the people. Tonight, the shining city on the hill, as put on hold. Outside, they were scaling the ramparts. The mob, for the moment in charge.
We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special.
The chamber has emptied. Democracy put on hold. Outside, they were scaling the ramparts. The mob, for the moment in charge, believing they have the right to overthrow the will of the people. Tonight, the shining city on the hill, as America likes to describe itself, feels as though the light of democracy is flickering dangerously. John Sokol, BBC News, Washington.
John Walker will be talking to him in a short while, but these are the images now in Washington, D.C. Tonight, the President's message has been delivered. He's told people to go home. Some people have, but as we can see, there are plenty of people still around the Capitol Hill, still wanting to make their protests heard, still wanting to urge members of Congress not to ratify the election result. That's despite, by the way, Republican leaders on Capitol Hill saying that this protest is wrong. So those are the live images. What I'd like to do now is bring in two colleagues. One of them who's outside Capitol Hill, there, Ali Maktoum, and one inside, who's Lebo de Seco. We'll come to Lebo in a second. But Ali, first of all, could you bring us up to date? What's happening there, and have the police drafted in more help by now?
Well, there was a lull for an hour or so. There were hundreds of protesters all the way up the steps of the building on every side, right up to the doors of the Capitol. As I say, there was a lull. Just as you were watching that report, in the last few minutes, the police finally started to use sound bombs and some form of tear gas, and you might be able to make out that they've cleared one level of the steps outside the Capitol building. Still, lots of people still here. I was trying to get a sense through speaking to several of the people who stormed the building earlier, whether this was something that was planned. And actually, they said they were inspired by the words of the president who spoke earlier in the day to take back their country. And so they marched down here, but they saw that there was so little security, they said they felt it was easy to overwhelm that security, and they found themselves inside the building. They started knocking on doors. They entered into the chamber. But they said it hadn't been a plan, but they said they will continue to make their presence felt until the election result, they say, is overturned in a bid to do what the man they follow is telling them to do, which is to take back their country. This is what they translate that to be.
Ali, thank you very much. Still the action ongoing, as Ali was telling us there. We're still hearing it in the background. Let's go inside the building, and Levo is there for us. You've been there all the while, Levo, and I'm just wondering what you made of the scenes we saw earlier on, and what's going on there right now. I can see that you've gone to a quieter area for the moment, but what's going on?
Hey, I just read an unbelievable article in the Epoch Times. Take a look. It's an investigation into the mysterious origins of the current outbreak. What other paper do you know that's questioning the official narrative that it came from animals and looking at the real facts? And it's not just that. Look at an investigation into how the countries that have been most affected are the same ones that have been the most deeply infiltrated by the Chinese Communist Party. And not just that. Look at this report about how China now has 21 million fewer cell phone users, which calls into question the whole narrative and all the numbers being released by the communist government. This is some of the deep reporting that you can only find in the Epoch Times. And it's not just that. We just released a phenomenal magazine. It's a 58-page investigative magazine that covers not just the origins of what's happening, but take a look at this. A timeline of how the Chinese Communist government covered up what was happening in China for 6 weeks until they couldn't cover it up anymore, and the problem spread throughout the world. This is a phenomenal piece of reference material that you can get for free when you click that button below and try the Epoch Times yourself. Just try the paper for a full month for a single $1, and we'll send you this magazine as a free gift. And it's not just about this topic. Over the last 20 years, we've been covering some of the most important topics in this entire nation, such as following John Durham's investigation into the spying against Trump's campaign in 2016, the humanitarian crisis at our southern border, how socialism and communism have been infiltrating America's schools, our businesses, our media, and our churches over the last 20 years, as well as an opinion section that does not censor American public discourse. But it's not just all about the hard news. We also have a food section that has delicious recipes that don't just look good on camera, but taste delicious in your kitchen. We have a holistic mind and body section that'll keep you fit and keep your immune system strong, particularly in this trying time. We have 2 full pages of puzzles in every single paper that'll keep your mind fresh and active. And my favorite, we have an arts and tradition section that explores what it really means to live a virtuous life. So if you're looking for an honest source of news that's based in traditional values, check out the Epoch Times newspaper. It's one of the last sources of pure American journalism in the entire country, and now you can get it delivered to your home every single week. Just click that button below and try the paper yourself for a full month for just a single $1. You'll absolutely love it.
Hi everyone, here are some statistics that show how adopting a systematic approach to trading can be much more convenient than discriminating.
They actually work here saying to me that they go home. He said it's too little, too late. He's called this an assault.
Seen today in Washington.
It's just this palpable sense of, one hand, look, we love you, to the 62 type. Say we believe in law and order, and we're asking you to fight and stay strong, which is what he said in his speech outside the White House earlier on today to all those prediction of the Donald Trump
leaving office at that point. When he told his protesters in that clip we saw earlier to go home, would that for you be the moment where he kind of signaled that he knew that this protest is up?
Well, that is what I think is the central contradiction of the Donald Trump message, which is you can't say we believe in law and order, and we're asking you to fight and stay strong, which is what he said in his speech outside the White House earlier on today to all those supporters. And I was very struck by just how totally 100% those tens of thousands of people believe that the election was stolen, that Joe Biden is a Chinese puppet of the Communist Party, that fraud has gone on a massive scale. These people have been told that, fed that on a diet for weeks. Now telling them to go home
may be a little bit late in the day for that sort of change in behaviour.
John, we'll have another word in short while. Thank you very much. John Sokol there, our North American editor with the latest in Washington.
This is an NBC News special report. And breaking news tonight, the deadly siege on Congress as an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol. We've seen shocking images of chaos, rioters rushing past barricades and police up the Capitol steps, forcing their way inside. Both the House and the Senate evacuated. Lawmakers moved to safe locations. The invaders roaming the abandoned Senate floor, one hanging from the balcony. Police with guns drawn inside the House. The violence erupting, one woman fatally shot outside the Capitol. Improvised explosive devices found. Several people injured. Offices vandalized. Windows smashed. The National Guard called in to quell the unrest with that city now under curfew. The breach abruptly halting a joint session of Congress just as Republicans launched a last-ditch effort to overturn President-elect Biden's victory in the Electoral College. This unrest breaking out just after President Trump spoke at a rally near the White House, stoking the crowd by falsely claiming he won the election. Later, in a taped message, the president still baselessly saying the election was stolen, but telling rioters to go home. All of it coming just as Democrats win control of the Senate after the historic election in Georgia. A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage. I want to welcome you back to NBC News coverage of the siege of the U.S. Capitol. Right now, police in Washington enforcing a curfew, driving rioters from the streets and Capitol grounds after securing the inside from those pro-Trump intruders who occupied the Capitol for several hours. Officials telling us a short time ago that one person shot inside the Capitol by law enforcement has died. All this taking place as the House and Senate meant to formally count the certified electoral ballots that will make Joe Biden the next president. Our Casey Hunt is on Capitol Hill. Casey, bring us up to date.
Lester, just absolutely stunning images today here at the Capitol as protesters overran the Capitol and multiple law enforcement agencies had to be called in after a number of them not only breached the building but breached the very floor of the House and of the Senate as they were conducting this business of trying to count the Electoral College votes. Normally, a very straightforward process that only takes about a half an hour that would name Joe Biden as president-elect. This, of course, occurring after President Trump held a rally with tens of thousands of people outside of the White House. And the images inside the building were pretty unreal. There were protesters that were on the walls of the Capitol, as well as gunshots at one point. Watch. Tonight, stunning images as rioters supporting President Trump overrun the Capitol, scuffling with police. On the floor of the House, officers with guns drawn, with protesters just outside the door. Here, you see rioters trying to break down a door, and you hear a gunshot. Over in the Senate, protesters breaching what's supposed to be the highly secure Senate floor, abruptly stopping the counting of electoral votes. Some taking photos on the Senate dais, others shouting and pushing past officers to get inside. Elsewhere, this man sitting with his feet up behind a desk in Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office. Police placing the Capitol on lockdown. Members of Congress rushing to take shelter, some wearing gas masks. It began just after that massive pro-Trump rally. Tens of thousands gathering near the White House to protest the expected declaration of Joe Biden's Electoral College victory. The group then marching to the Capitol, many just standing on the steps outside, others wandering in the rotunda, some scaling down the building. At one point, an armed standoff. Police say one person was shot. Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger describing to us how she got out of the building. top House Republican Kevin McCarthy condemning what he was seeing.
That statement not going far enough for many on Capitol Hill tonight.
That's right, Lester. Many Republicans urging the president to go farther in trying to ensure calm this situation down, and to make it easier to have a peaceful transfer of power to Joe Biden, Lester.
All right, Casey Hunt, thank you. And one of those caught in today's assault was Congressman Mike Gallagher, a Wisconsin Republican. He joins us tonight on the phone. First of all, Congressman, are you someplace safe and well?
I am. Yeah, we're kind of sheltering in place here, but I honestly never thought I'd be barricading the doors and watching what I saw happen today in the U.S. Capitol.
Yeah, I mean, some of the images are stunning, and you saw them firsthand. Can you walk us through what happened? I know the Senate and House had split apart for the purposes of debating some objections. When did you realize something was amiss?
Well, it was almost simultaneous with the debate over the certification of Arizona's electors when the protesters started to gather at the foot of the Capitol, and things quickly descended into violence. You heard multiple flashbangs being deployed, which was presumably the Capitol Police trying to get the protesters to back off. The protesters were violently clashing with the police. Earlier in the day, one of the buildings had evacuated when protesters breached the perimeter. And then somehow they breached the security perimeter of the Capitol itself, and they started breaking down windows, running amok in Statuary Hall, eventually got onto the Senate floor and the House floor, and then, the vice president was evacuated by the Secret Service, and then someone was shot. And it's my understanding that that person has died. I mean, that is the cost of what has happened today. I mean, someone died in the United States Capitol, in America, today. I mean, this is unacceptable. And I think, if nothing else, the objectors need to stop playing this dangerous game. We need to reconvene tonight when order is restored. The objectors need to stand down. We need to certify the results of the election. And Donald Trump is ultimately going to have to concede. That's the only way we avoid stuff like this in the future. As a Republican, it bums me out that we lost the presidential election, but such is life. When you lose, you take a second, you look in the mirror, and you figure out how you can do better next time. And that's what we need to do as a party right now.
So, Congressman, it appears they have secured the Capitol now, but that doesn't change the belief in the people we're seeing here that this election was somehow stolen. And the president probably didn't help things today by his remarks. So where does that leave us tomorrow and the next day?
Well, I think the prudent move, once we all stay together that the election's over and we support the peaceful transition of power, is not dismiss the concerns of election fraud that we've seen in multiple states. I think many states, including my home state of Wisconsin, need their state legislatures to do a version of what Florida did after the 2000 election. There were certainly changes that were made at the last second in the midst of the pandemic, and we've had a massive increase in absentee balloting, and I think it's fair for the legislatures to take a step back and say, here's what worked, here's what didn't work, and here's how we can give our citizens confidence in the integrity of the election. But that's a separate question than the question of whether Congress should or even have the authority to overturn the results of the state election. I mean, I don't see a reading of that anywhere in the Constitution. That is a recipe for chaos. It's certainly not a conservative reading of the Constitution. It's a highly progressive one. And I just don't believe the federal government should have that power. That power belongs to the states and to the people.
Congressman Mike Gallagher, we're glad you're well. Thank you for spending a few minutes with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
As you heard, all this happened as Congress was in the middle of certifying, not actually certifying, the votes had been certified, but they were counting the Electoral College vote for President-elect Joe Biden and debating objections to that vote. Let's get more on that from NBC's Kristen Welker.
Those stunning images of a mob storming the Capitol followed another extraordinary moment.
Madam Speaker, members of Congress.
Vice President Mike Pence presiding over the special session of Congress in which the electoral votes are counted and the winner of the presidential election declared. And for the first time, Pence publicly breaking with the president. Are you going to overturn the election results today? The president's demands that he unlawfully overturn electoral votes for Biden. Pence releasing a letter saying, "My oath to support and defend the Constitution constrains me from claiming unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not." That letter released just minutes after President Trump called out Pence multiple times.
Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us.
At a massive rally across from the White House.
I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to.
Later tweeting Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done. Today again pushing false claims of widespread fraud.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. We don't concede when there's theft involved.
And today, for the first time, the top Senate Republican, Mitch McConnell, blasting the president and those rejecting Joe Biden as a college win.
This election, we're all from the losing side.
Still, it was House senators and dozens of Republicans were forced to raise objections to the results in at least 6 states, unless a commission is created to audit the election.
What does it say to the nearly half of the country that believes this election was rigged if we vote not even to consider the claims of illegality and fraud in this election?
But shortly after the debate began, those protesters started storming in. And shortly after that moment, all the debate ended. They were going alphabetically through the states, and they never made it past Arizona. Lester.
Kristen, we're hearing that some of the White House are now asking the president to make a more forceful statement. What can you tell us about that?
Well, that's absolutely right, Lester. I can tell you that some top White House staff are urging the president to respond strongly to what transpired today. Now, officials don't know if he's actually going to say anything else or issue a more forceful statement. And some Trump allies outside the White House are frustrated with his reluctance to do so. They had wanted him to go further in his remarks and to say something live, not what he released on tape. But the president is hesitant to aggressively push back against his own supporters. Lester.
Kristen Welker at the White House. Thank you. President-elect Joe Biden forcefully condemned today's assault. He called on President Trump to step up and demand an end to the siege. Jeff Bennett joins us now. Jeff, what else did Mr. Biden have to say?
Hey, Lester, the president-elect condemned the actions of the rioters as an insurrection, saying their behavior bordered on sedition. He also called out President Trump for inciting the violence, and Biden also talked about the challenges ahead. Take a look.
The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency.
Now, in recent weeks, we've seen Joe Biden increasingly step into this apparent leadership void, delivering addresses to the nation about the pandemic, about the tough economy, and now this crisis in our democracy. And asked by reporters, Biden said he wasn't concerned about his own safety, his own security, or even his own inauguration, which is set to happen at the U.S. Capitol outside in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, a lot of conversation.
Here's what's awesome.
What has happened here. All right, Jeff, thank you. And we noted that curfew now underway in Washington. Police have been working to
Go on national television now. protest on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not a protest. It's insurrection.
The biggest stories the moment they happen from around the globe. Subscribe to Boomer Quick Take now.
I know you're pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election. And everyone knows it, especially the other side. You have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. We've seen what happens. We see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
This little device right here is going to put your internet on steroids, giving you the fastest, most powerful internet, web surfing, and video streaming you've ever had in your life. This device makes your internet connection so strong and so robust, you can be on your front porch, in your garage, in your side yard, your backyard, even sitting in your car, in your driveway. It doesn't matter where you are. This little device is going to give you lightning-fast internet and make sure you never worry about slow loading times, laggy video streaming, or dropped signals ever again. This little device is called the NetTech Boost, and it's a recently developed Wi-Fi booster that uses super advanced next-generation technology to take any internet connection, no matter how slow it is, no matter how many dead spots your house has, and turn it into a super fast internet connection that reaches even the farthest corners of your house, instantly eliminating all Wi-Fi dead spots without any issues at all. It's literally the easiest thing in the world to use. You just plug it in to any normal wall outlet. You press this button one time, and this little device will instantly magnify the signal of your internet and let you and your family do all of their favorite activities without getting annoyed by a slow, lagging internet connection. If you ever tried to watch Netflix or stream your favorite TV show, but you can't get the video to load more than 25%, fixing this problem is now easier than ever. You just plug in your NetTech Boost, and you'll be binge watching your favorite series in lightning fast, full HD quality within minutes of
Ce ne așteaptă astăzi din punct de vedere astral, știe Rose. Haideți să ascultăm. Bună dimineața! Astăzi suntem destul de irascibili, iar tendința spre conflict este prezentă. Luna, în opoziție cu Marte, ne pune obstacole în comunicare, așa că trebuie să ne măsurăm cuvintele. Berbecii fie au de luat decizii privind cariera, fie vor avea parte de o schimbare care nu ține de ei. Tranzițiile nu sunt ușoare, însă perseverența este aliatul vostru. Pe Tauri, vocea interioară îi ghidează în direcția bună, dar trebuie să învețe să o asculte, mai ales dacă aveți de făcut alegeri privind jobul, o relocare sau achiziția unei case. Gemenii au îndoieli privind o situație, iar analiza ei în detaliu nu ajută la nimic. Schimbați-vă puțin perspectiva pentru voi și cei din jurul vostru. Nativii Irak au multe planuri la pachet cu o viziune foarte clară. Acționați și faceți schimbări radicale dacă vreți să le și materializați. Dacă pe lei îi deranjează ceva, cel mai bine ar fi să o spună. Confruntările directe vă vor aduce mai multe rezultate. Trecutul le bate la ușă fecioarelor, așa că trebuie să se pregătească de o întâlnire surpriză cu o fostă iubire sau un fost partener de afaceri. Fiți pregătite! Și pe balanțe le poate căuta cineva din trecut, însă în cazul vostru, ușile pe care le-ați închis ar fi bine să rămână așa, pentru că altfel veți fi rănite. Scorpionii sunt nostalgici și simt lipsa unor oameni. Nu vă consumați energia cu lucruri pe care nu le puteți readuce în viața voastră, ci concentrați-vă pe prezent. Dacă pe săgetători intentează să spioneze un fost partener de viață, fie în online, fie în realitate, ar trebui să scape de această nevoie cât mai repede. Capricornii trebuie să facă diferența între a presupune și a ști cu siguranță. Azi este posibil să fiți duși în eroare de intuiția voastră, așa că mai bine aveți răbdare înainte de a decide. Astăzi vărsătorii se îndrăgostesc sau dacă se află deja într-o relație, iubirea e la cote înalte. Mai mult de atât, sunteți foarte creativi, iar asta vă ajută în special la job. Iar peștii se poate ca azi să fie mult prea duri cu o persoană apropiată și să vadă o situație altfel decât este de fapt. Nu luați decizii radicale până nu sunteți siguri. Acestea au fost previziunile astrale pentru moment. Dacă vă interesează să aflați mai multe detalii despre ce spun stelele, puteți face asta accesând canalul de YouTube al astrologului Alexandra Coman.
Why is it so hard to keep the pounds off? Well, there is more to weight management than meets the eye. People may see results when they limit calories, by reducing the size of meals, for example, and find ways to increase physical activity, like taking regular walks around the block. Science has shown the body responds in surprising ways when a person loses weight. It reacts to weight loss by trying to regain it, making weight management a constant tug of war. Metabolism slows down and gets more efficient, requiring fewer calories to do its job. Hormonal signals can also change. The body increases a hunger hormone called ghrelin, which tries to get you to eat more calories, and the hormones that tell the brain it's time to stop eating, the feeling full signals, decrease. These are just some of the factors that make weight regain so common.
You might think a leading-edge collaboration hub, interactive intranet, and digital workplace would take a lot of work to design, deploy, and maintain. But with Jive, it's just the opposite. Ready to... Everything you need.
Bobotează cu avantpremieră la Constanța, înalt preasfințitul Teodosia, ținut va astăzi în ajunul săptămânii.
We added Battle Royale and Among Us with 100 players. And everyone is the imposter, the last team standing, when starting now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
our TBR Moon. Everybody come into what's it called? Come
between two teams. Whichever team is in weapons, and then the team that's down below near shields. This.
We got it. Get ready. Get ready to kill. Get ready to kill.
I got. Bro, okay, I am going to sign a peace treaty. Jake, if you're in my Discord call, move me into the white channel. I want a peace treaty. White, can you hear me? I want to make a peace treaty. Oh my god, I just killed one of the whites.
Say goodbye to the peace treaty.
Are you on white? Wait, are you on... Only way to get out. The only...
literally bringing democracy to a halt. Trump released a recorded message telling his supporters but failed to condemn their actions.
We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens.
The violence was branded as a siege by President-elect Joe Biden, who warned of the threat to democracy.
Storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest, it's insurrection.
The crowds dissipated once the 6 p.m. curfew came into force, but National Guard troops remained alert for potential violence throughout the night.
Our Washington correspondent Carolina Chimoy has been following events in Washington. Carolina, an extraordinary day on Capitol Hill. We hear one person has been shot and killed. What more can you tell us?
Well, investigations on that woman that died and on several other people that were injured are still ongoing. Chaos, that is probably the right word to describe what we witnessed in Washington, D.C. yesterday, and especially in front of the Capitol where this all happened. One of the protesters was apparently shot inside the Capitol, but this case has still to be clarified. What we can say for sure is that this deaths and the pictures we saw are going to mark January 6th as the day when the democracy in the United States almost broke apart, the day of a coup attempt. This is also why it seems to be so important for the lawmakers right now to get the certification of the electoral vote done. The Congress restarted the electoral count that was interrupted after Trump supporters stormed the Congress. But both leaders now, the Democratic Nancy Pelosi and Republican Mitch McConnell, they have both said that the Senate has to go through that certification, and the House of Representatives as well.
Now, the confirmation session in Congress resumed after the building was cleared of the rioters. Here's what the Senate Majority Leader, Republican Mitch McConnell, said when the chamber reconvened.
The United States Senate will not be intimidated. We will not be kept out of this chamber by thugs, mobs, or threats. We will not bow to lawlessness or intimidation. We are back at our posts. We will discharge our duty under the Constitution and for our nation. And we're going to do it tonight.
Carolina, as Mitch McConnell said there, the members of Congress are back at their posts. What impact has the violence had on the proceedings there on Capitol Hill?
Terry, this was a wake-up call for the senators and the lawmakers. They saw how this division of the United States has almost killed democracy in this country. Also, a wake-up call on the impact of Donald Trump's rhetoric. Some are even saying that Donald Trump is unfit to remain in office for the next 14 days. President Trump published a video, you already talked about it on Twitter, after this riots, asking his supporters to go home, and he repeated again after the riot, after we all learned that this woman was shot and killed. He still repeated, I know your feelings, and this was an election with fraud. So immediately afterwards, his account was locked on Twitter and on Facebook. Now in the Senate, most of the Republican senators were planning to object to the electoral vote of several swing states that voted for Democrat Joe Biden, and rejected their objection. Like, for example, the Republican
candidate in the Senate of Georgia, one of the most conservative ones. But there are still some senators and some congressmen and women who are willing to maintain their objections. Besides the mob of the Congress we saw some hours ago. This is why the procedure has been interrupted again. This is the second time after the interruption. This time it's Pennsylvania, and this means that a congressman and a senator objected the electoral vote for Pennsylvania. This went to both chambers in order to be debated and voted in both chambers. The Senate already rejected this objection, and we're waiting for the vote of the House of Pennsylvania.
Alina, thank you very much. That was our Washington correspondent, Carolina Chibble. Now let's bring in Peter Matthews. He's a professor of political science at Cypress College and joins us from Los Angeles. Professor Matthews, what do you make of the assault by violent Trump supporters on Capitol Hill?
It was horrendous, constitutionally and in human terms as well. Because this was not a riot. This was an insurrection. It was an attempt, and actually they stopped the procedure of the president-elect getting actually confirmed. They were blocking a government from being able to take its position, the legitimate government, that's Joe Biden's administration, by not allowing it to be certified. This was a physical act of violence to stop the government from working. It's insurrection. It has to be dealt with very firmly so people will get the message that this cannot be tolerated in a democracy. That's what I look at.
You mentioned it's insurrection. The president-elect Joe Biden described it as bordering on sedition. How much responsibility do you think President Donald Trump himself bears for what happened?
Tremendous responsibility. He's been provoking these people, inciting them, that's the correct word, incitement to violence with his words, with his actions. He, in fact, addressed this crowd, I think, today at noon before they started the insurrection. He was addressing them, I believe, at noon. And besides that, he's been talking to them throughout the last few weeks and saying that the election was stolen. He was making up lies about it and getting them to believe it and repeating it often enough. We know from fascism and other Nazism that when a big lie is repeated over and over again, people come to believe it. And these folks worship him like a cult. And so that's a real big problem for democracy. And he has a big responsibility here as having to incite this riot or this insurrection. And I believe that it's too late right now. There's got to be something to be done about him. He's got 2 more weeks left, and many people are concerned about what he might do during the last 2 weeks of his presidency.
President Trump has had his accounts on Twitter and Facebook stopped because of him continuing to say that there has been widespread voters fraud when that is completely unsubstantiated. Do you think there's a legal case for removing President Trump from office before his term ends?
There certainly is. I know it's a very short time, but there are 2 methods that could be done. There's the impeachment method, which was already tried before. He was impeached but not removed. This time, if it were done quickly, it could be done, and I think maybe the Senate might vote for it, but it's probably not likely. But the other way is the 25th Amendment, where the vice president gets together with the cabinet, and a majority of the cabinet votes to say that the president is incapacitated. He cannot carry out his duties. And if they do that, then he has to step down and let the vice president take over. If he actually rejects that and protests it and wants to stay in power, then it goes to the House and Senate. They have to vote by 2/3 majority to remove him. So it's a bit of a complicated process, but there's some real talk among significant leaders now in Congress and also in the country itself about him having the 25th Amendment used to remove him. And it's quite remarkable that we've come to that point right now.
Okay, we might have lost your audio. Tell us, if you can hear me, how do you explain the persistent belief among Republican voters that the election has been stolen from them?
Well, first of all, many of those voters are just not well read about this issue. They don't have the details of how the Electoral College works and where it went and the appeals that Trump made. All they do is they watch him, they listen to him, and they follow him, because of his charisma for them. He's able to manipulate them into believing that he's telling the truth and that the media and all the other mainstream people and institutional people are lying. And so when this is in their belief system, that's why they follow him blindly. It's a very dangerous thing. He got 74 million votes. Joe Biden got 80 million or so, but still, he got 74 million, and a big percent of those people are very gung-ho. And there's an element of racism also involved there, and he uses that to divide and conquer, to separate the, quote, true Americans, which he says that they are, from the other Americans, or all the other people in America are coming together of all ethnicities to unite and have rule of law principle. So he has a whole different vision of America than the rest of us do quite often.
Professor Matthews, thank you very much for your insights. That was Peter Matthews. He's professor of political science at Cypress College in Los Angeles. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Around the world, political leaders watched in disbelief as the chaos unfolded in Washington. Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg tweeted shocking scenes in Washington, D.C. The outcome of this democratic election must be respected. Here in Germany, the Foreign Minister Heiko Maas was not mincing words either, tweeting, "The enemies of democracy will rejoice in the troubling images from Washington, D.C., inciting words turn into violent acts on the steps of the Reichstag and now the Capitol. Contempt for democratic institutions has grave consequences." And this from Turkey. We are following with concern the internal developments happening in the U.S. We call on all parties in the U.S. to maintain restraint and prudence. We believe the U.S. will overcome this internal political crisis in a mature manner. Let's bring in our chief international editor, Richard Walker. Richard, the whole world has been watching what's been happening in Washington, and we've just got a sampling of some international reaction there. Fill us in on more.
Yeah, that's right, Terry. I think you said like disbelief was the emotion just earlier, and I think that's pretty widespread, particularly here in Europe. You know, the comments that you just read out there being echoed by many leaders. One person who everyone is really going to be watching during the course of the day is Angela Merkel, who hasn't said anything yet. Of course, she's somebody where it's very well known there's very little love lost between her and Donald Trump, so we'll be closely watching for reactions from her. But I think one thing that is also quite striking is that it's not just Donald Trump's kind of seasoned critics who are coming out expressing this disbelief at the moment. It's also people who have been seen as close to him during the course of his presidency. In the UK, for instance, Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of Brexit Britain, talking about disgraceful scenes in the US Congress, that the United States stands for democracy around the world and that there must be a peaceful and orderly transfer of power. And similar also from Narendra Modi in India, a man who has been very close to Donald Trump over the last couple of years, saying distressed to see the news there. The democratic process cannot be allowed to be subverted by unlawful protests.
You worked as a correspondent, Richard, in the U.S. yourself. You covered the 2016 election there. Did you think you would ever see something like the scenes we saw unfolding on Capitol Hill?
Well, Terry, of course, I've been thinking a lot about that campaign over the last 24 hours or so. And, of course, I can't claim that I foresaw the storming of the Capitol. But what you can really do is draw a straight line between some of the things that we saw back then in 2016 and some of the things that are happening now. I would particularly kind of pointed to one of them. Donald Trump, even back in the primary campaign against his Republican challengers, indicated that he wouldn't necessarily respect the result when that came out. So really disrespect for democratic institutions and rules. And then on the other side, the fanaticism of some of his supporters. And I think what we've seen coming here together is those two things having been heated up over the course of his presidency over the last 4 years.
Richard, thank you very much. Our Chief International Editor, Richard Walker, there. For a reaction from Germany. I'm joined now by Greta Jensen. She's a member of the German Parliament for the Free Democratic Party and chairs the Bundestag's Human Rights Committee. Thanks for being with us this morning, Ms. Jensen. First of all, you've worked in Washington. What do you make of the assault by Trump supporters on the joint session of Congress?
Well, I've been watching CNN news all evening yesterday, and CNN is I'm watching it right now as well. And having worked not on the Hill but on K Street and knowing this Capitol and these great democratic institutions as we know them, and seeing Trump supporters and these mobsters raiding the Capitol and trying to also sit on very, very famous and very important chairs, such as the chair where just Vice President Mike Pence was sitting just minutes before this riot came to place. I think it is a very sad day for democracy in the United States. And I've